Oh, hi, Lionel.
Hi,
How you doing?
good. Good evening.
Good evening. So thank you very much for agreeing to talk to me about the new Avengers and your wonderful career. So yeah, very
My
kind of
pleasure.
you.
Yep.
So firstly, I just wanted to know what made you want to get into acting? How did you go about that endeavour?
Funny enough, I've just written my family history, or the beginnings of. My parents were divorced very early on in my life, and my son, who's 35, asked me when they were living with us when his house was being developed. He knew nothing about my family, so I've written that, and in the course of that, I was educated privately. Um, I think the judge said that he felt that we should be educated away from home. Anyway, my father put us in so I went to a prep school when I was 6.
Hmm.
This is in the 50s, in the late, the 40s. And there was a wonderful English teacher called John Reed, who put me in a couple of plays. Then I went to a minor public school called Bloxham, and there was an English teacher there called Jeff Summers, who, funny enough, had been a chorus boy in the original production of South Pacific.
Oh.
And there was quite a strong tradition of drama at my school. So they did house plays, school plays. There was an opera society, and in the course of one of my house plays, an adjudicator said he thought I had talent and perhaps I should pursue there.
Hmm.
So there was a lot of the school weren't in any way pleased with that, but I carried on. And when I left school, my brother came back from working his way around the world, and he introduced me to the City Literary Institute, where I met a lady called Marjorie Sigley, who went on to become a great name in children's television. And then just before I went then I got auditioned and went to Central, and Jeff Summers looked after my audition, helped me prepare the pieces, took me to see Romeo and Juliet with Judi Dench and John Stride at the Old Vic. And then a school friend of mine who'd also become an actor called Chris Matthews, who I think is still alive and going. He was doing a weekly rep. He was working at the Ashcroft Theatre in Croydon, which was an early fringe theatre, but it was in the round. And the manager of that, who was also a director, ran Hythe Summer Theatre. And I started off as a student ASM on £2 a week. So I did acting ASMing, and I also played as many parts as they could throw at me. And then I went to Central. And when I left in '64, the way that most actors earned their living was to go to rep. So that's what I did. And I spent the next 3 years going from rep to rep. I started off in Sheringham in another weekly rep. Then I went to Manchester Library. Then I ended up in Barrow and Furness. And then I came back to London and had a pause. And that's when I started my television career.
Because it was a couple of play of the week. I think ITV was the other one with the BBC.
Yes.
Yeah.
I did. It was called The East Wind. I can't remember who was in it, but I worked with Lee Montague and a lot of other people and a few other people, and I played a Polish soldier. And that was directed by a man I worked with who'd directed me at Central called Graham Evans. And I can't remember the name of the play I did with him. But anyway, he remembered me and took me, and I did that. And then when I was at Central, there was a voice coach called Cicely Berry, who I became enormously friendly with. Central split up after 2 years of me being there. They sacked John Blatchley they sacked Yap Malgram and Christopher Fettes, and John Blatchley and the entire acting staff left. And some dear friends of mine formed the London Drama Centre. an American called Gordon Taylor, his girlfriend Siobhan O'Casey, another American called Carol Mayo Jenkins, who went on to star in an American soap, I can't remember the name of it now, about a high school. And I stayed at Central.
Mhm.
And Sis Berry was very supportive of, there was only 10 of us who stayed. So she was incredibly supportive. And her husband was a script editor at the BBC. And he organized, he brought back 6 live plays. So it was I think the only time that live theatre had come back, because they started recording because they found that doing live theatre was too stressful. But this was an experiment, and I did a play called They Put You Where You Are, which was written by Paul Jones of Manfred Mann. And it was about his life as a band member in Manfred Mann. And Manfred Mann came to see a run through and virtually walked out in disgust just because of the way that it was written. And he didn't paint them in the greatest light. I played a guy who was stoned out of his mind most of the time. I never knew which band member it was. But so that was an interesting thing. And then I went to the National, which was my director at Barrow in Furness had been a man called Donald McKechnie, who was a great influence on my life. He also employed me at Sheringham Little Theatre when I first left Central. So he played an enormous part in my life throughout it. And he was there as Sir Laurence Olivier's, one of his main assistants. And so Donald introduced a lot of actors that he'd worked with, brought them into the National. You didn't get in automatically, you had to audition for Sir. But I passed the audition and I spent 4 years at the National.
And what was Laurence Olivier a constant around that time?
Yes, absolutely. He was the last of the actor managers. So it was his company. He ran it. He was. I mean, not everybody liked Sir, but I had enormous respect for him. You know, he would come to the canteen. There was a canteen downstairs, and he would come. He always had a stage manager with him, and he would say, "What's the name of that young boy sitting over there?" Lionel Guyett. So, "Hello, Lionel, how are you?" And he'd sit next to you and chat. So he was, and he took a great interest he was very interested in younger actors. He pushed younger actors. Sometimes it didn't work, sometimes it did, but people like Louise Purnell, Derek Jacobi, Edward Petherbridge, all of whom were rising stars of the National, were pushed by Sir Laurence. I mean, if you failed, he didn't cut you off altogether, but he realized that you weren't made of leading man material. So you probably never got another chance. But I really did like Sir. When he was knighted, when he became Lord Olivier, he gave a little speech and he said, you don't have to call me Lord, you can always call me Sir. And you always called him Sir. Some people made the mistake, unless they knew him very, very well, and they were leading actors like Maggie Smith or Robert Stevens, they would call him Larry. But if an actor in the lower echelons ever called him Larry, it happened to an actress called Jo Maxwell Muller. She called him Larry in the middle of one of the conversations, and he froze her out with just a look. And everybody around the table realized that Joe had gone a step too far, including Sir. He didn't, you had to be of a certain, had to know him well enough to call him Larry. So I never did.
It sounds like he was very much, he made you feel very comfortable, and I can understand maybe that comfort could have led to, being informal, and maybe that's why some people would trip up a little bit.
He did. And he was wonderful, I mean, he became quite ill towards the end of his life, towards the end of his time there. And it was, I always feel it was a shame, understandable, but a shame that they never let him into the new building. I mean, I can understand why Peter Hall didn't want it, but I think it was because Sir had started the National. He started it at Chichester with a experimental, getting companies together at Chichester, and that was the birthplace of the modern of the companies. And when I was there, there were two big companies of, say, perhaps 50 to 60 actors. So while one was rehearsing, the other one was putting on a play. We toured much more than I know his brief was to take National, as it was a national theatre, around Britain. So we toured all over the place, to Cardiff, Edinburgh, took 3 or 4 plays, to Aberdeen, Glasgow, Norwich, all over Cambridge. We took a repertoire of plays because it was, it was funded by the nation. It wasn't funded by just the London people who came to see it.
Because I've seen a couple of National Theatre tour productions, because I live in Exeter, so Plymouth is quite close. So I would go and see a couple of shows in Plymouth, but they don't seem to, I'm talking pre-COVID, even pre-COVID, they seem to sort of not really tour as much.
No, they don't. Well, they can't afford it. So what they do now, which I think was I can't remember who started, I think Nick Heitner started it, of doing the recording of plays. So now you can see proper National Theatre, a long video of it, the National Theatre presents whatever it was, so you can go to the cinema and see it, which is replacing it. I don't think they tour at all now, but it is so expensive now. And also for actors now to tour, the dig situation is critical. Because all the landladies aren't there anymore, and all the ones that you would rent are now Airbnb, so they're incredibly expensive. So for general actors now who tour, it is a nightmare of where to if you're just weekly touring, it's bloody awful.
Yeah, I suppose, but in previous years there was, you say, directories of where you could go, who put you and stuff, and of course that all kind of disappeared.
And then I left the National, and I did more rep. I think I've written them down, Philip. So when I left the National in 73, when did I do the Avengers?
That was 76, and the next. I've got a note to mention Adolf Hitler.
Yes, that was my first film. I then made Adolf Hitler my part in his downfall. And before that, I did, when I was at Salisbury in rep down there, there was a director who lived in a little village called Odstock, and I got to know. They eventually became some of my closest dear friends. A Dr. O'Keefe and his wife Yvette. And they lived in Odstock, and as did Tristan. And I got to know him socially, and he got me to play in. It was I can't remember what series it was, but it was they transferred the Aberfan disaster from a landslide to a lorry.
Right.
So I played a lorry driver whose brakes went, and going down a hill. It was full of petrol, and it crashed into a school and exploded. So they just transposed that. So that was one of the first televisions. That was the television I did after I left the National. No, before I went to the National, because that was in 66, 67. And then I did Adolf Hitler, my part in his downfall, with Jim Dale, lovely actor called Windsor Davis, Arthur Lowe, who I'd worked with at the National, and a lot of there were 12 of us in the squad, 6 leads and 6 squaddies. So the 6 leads, who people like Jim Norton, Tony Selby, Jeffrey Hughes, They had the main parts, and then we interacted. So I played just a squaddy, and there was a boxing team. John Forgeham was another of the leads, and I was the timekeeper in that. And so we did everything. We did all the assault courses and everything like that. It was a good film, great fun to do. And in fact, Spike Milligan actually came and played Jim Dale's father in the opening scene before he went to war.
Yeah.
Then I did the Avengers. No, I didn't. When did I do the Avengers?
Well, I've got so 73 with Adolf Hitler and part in his downfall. Yep. Before we move on from that, do you have any memories of working with either Jim Dale or Arthur Lowe?
Well, I worked with Jim at the National in National Health. I took over from an actor called John Nightingale. He was and then I worked with him at the Young Vic. I was one of the original people. I opened the Young Vic before Frank Dunlop took it over as an entity in itself. So the Young Vic was built as it was only supposed to last for 5 years. It had a building regs for 5 years, but it's obviously been extended after that. And I'd worked with Roland Joffe on a couple of plays at the National, and Roland cast me in Time Sneeze, a panto, which I did, and one other play, which I did with Bernard Breslin. And Jim was a wonderful. He made his reputation as a stand-up, not as a stand-up, but as a comic in all the Carry On films.
Yeah,
and he was brilliant in the National Health and various other plays too. They cast him in a lot of things that he was very suitable for. And then when he moved to the Young Vic, he became part of the regular cast on that. And they went eventually to America, and that's where he stayed in America and worked a lot over there. Arthur Lowe was in a play called, it'll come to me in a minute. It was a 1920s play, Home and Beauty it was called, with Robert Stevens, Maggie Smith, and Arthur Lowe played the lawyer. He was wonderful.
Yeah.
Very, very, a very nice, gentle actor. But again, he had come from television. I don't think he'd done Dad's Army, or he may have done Dad's Army by then. And certainly in Adolf Hitler, My Part in His Downfall, he played a very similar character to Captain Mannering. So he was the leader of our platoon, or the company mate. You know, he was the leader of our a very gentle man, very, very good comedian, very underplayed everything. But you know, a look from Arthur Lowe got a laugh.
Yes.
A very nice man. And in fact, all the people at the National, if you didn't fit into the company, then you didn't last very long. You were company members, first of all. You were members of the National Theatre, and whichever company, you did transist from one company to another, but mostly you stayed within the company. Sometimes you went to another. I did a long rehearsal period with Jim and Tony Hopkins in a dreadful play called The Architect and the Emperor of Abyssinia, which is directed by a very, very, very strange man from South America, whose name I can't remember. But it was not the greatest success in the world. And at one point, he filled the stage with all of us. He just gathered, Roland Joffe gathered us all together, junior members of not very big names in the company, and we sat on stage and were a chorus, and that got cut after Sir Laurence saw it. He said, "For God's sake, get rid of them. They're so distracting and they don't do anything. Get them off the stage." And then Jim and Tony tried to salvage this very weird. It didn't last very long. Got appalling notices and was taken off quite soon. They weren't too, you know, if it didn't succeed, then it got taken off.
Yeah. I suppose the same nowadays of theatre, isn't it? If it,
yes, I mean,
the economics demand it.
It has to succeed. I mean, there's too much money wound up in shows now, especially in the subsidized theatre, in the big subsidized. You know, reps can fail. When I was at Salisbury, which I was there for many years on and off, I did a lot of pantomime there. I did a lot of other plays as well. I did, I think, 7 pantomimes there. And a man in Salisbury wrote a book called Putting on the Pantomime to Play Pinter. And Reggie Saulberg, who was a marvelous manager, one of the old school of managers, he always balanced the books, which he often said at the end, at the end of my life, I wish I hadn't. Because if I'd gone into the red, the Arts Council would have given me much more money.
Oh yes,
he was a wonderful, wonderful man. He always put on pantomime. It was written by Henry Marshall, and it starred Henry Marshall's brother-in-law, who's called Oliver Gordon, who always played the Dane, and I always played the Buttons character. And Henry Marshall wrote. There was a cycle of 7 pantomimes that you always did, Henry. And then when Oliver died and Roger Clissold took over, he did them for a while, and then he expanded. The other people wrote them, so the Henry Marshall pantomimes were stopped. No one did them anymore. How did I get onto that?
Oh, that's right. I mean, I just wanted to. So was it a bit off-putting when Sir Laurence was in the auditorium watching?
No, never. I mean, you obviously wanted to impress him.
Yeah.
And he would come round. You got a bottle of champagne at the opening of everything, and a handwritten note saying good luck. And he had a very. He never said. It was always an LO. In fact, somewhere in my archive, I've got a number of those, and I've also got. Unfortunately, I haven't got as many as I used to have because I give them away as presents. I took over as in The Merchant of Venice, directed by Jonathan Miller. So it starred Sir Laurence as Shylock, Joan Plowright, his wife at the time, and then as Portia, and I played his scribe at the trial. So every at the end of each trial, I would get him to sign something to witness the fact that he was just about to go into court. So I kept those with his series, because you always signed them either Shylock or LO, depending on what it was.
Yeah.
And so you always he came to see everything. And he was a very, very, a lot of people didn't like him. I mean, you don't get to be a lord and a sir by being, this isn't meant to be, you don't get there by being the nicest person in the world. If you're going to be a star, if that's your, not that was his ambition, he was just a very good actor who became one, you have to fight for the parts. You know, there were, and funny enough, I've worked with quite a lot of the sirs. I've worked with Paul Schofield. I don't mean, I'm not name dropping. These are people I've worked with. I've worked with Sir. I've worked with Ralph Richardson. I never worked with Gielgud. And I never worked with Michael Redgrave. But the 4 sirs of that era were Michael Redgrave, Sir Ralph Richardson, Sir John Gielgud, and Sir Laurence. Those were the 4 knights who sort of rose together and worked together. And Sir Laurence was not the, I think they were all fairly scared of Sir, because I think he was the most ambitious one. You know, you don't get to be the first, the founder of the National Theatre of Great Britain, which had been on the books since George Bernard Shaw mooted it in, you know, in Edwardian times or Victorian times. He was the one who said we should have a national theatre, and people had talked about it and they didn't know where to go, and did they build one? And then Sir, as I said, started this idea. I think he was given the go-ahead by the government that if Chichester was a success, then he chose the Old Vic as his home. So we were known as the National Theatre at the Old Vic. And then the government, which was, I think at that time was a Labour government, gave them money to build the National Theatre itself. So that was designed and built. So that was being built while we were there.
How do you find Ralph Richardson, you know, say compared to Sir Laurence Olivier?
I met with, I worked with him at the end of his life. When I did Jesus of Nazareth, I played a member of the Sanhedrin who prosecuted Christ. So I think I was only in, I might have been in the late episode of 6 and of 5, and I was certainly in 6, which was the trial and the crucifixion. And I was a young member of the Sanhedrin. So there was me, Lee Montague, Ian Home, who were the main prosecutors. And then there were people like Anthony Quinn, who played Caiaphas, Sir Laurence, and Sir Ralph, who both played members of the elder member of the Sanhedrin. And when Sir came out, because we did it in Tunisia, and when there were 12 of us went on a late to take up our roles there. And when we got to the cast hotel, which was a huge hotel which had about 200, 300 bedrooms, where everything was done, it was full. So they put us 12 in a 5-star hotel called the Scarnus Palace Hotel, which was built by the president of Tunisia for his upper class guests. So we were given this, much to the chagrin of all those people who were living in this huge doss house. And then people like Sir Laurence, Rod Steiger, Anthony Quinn, Ralph Richardson, all came and stayed in that hotel. And Sir Laurence, by then, the fact that he didn't get the National Theatre affected his health. He developed a nervous, he described it as all the nerve endings in his hands and some parts of his body rebelled. So instead of helping him, they hurt him. And he said, when he arrived, I was in the foyer because I wasn't very busy at that time. And I went up and I said, "Oh, sir, how lovely to see you." He said, "Oh, Boise, I'm so glad you're here because I don't know what on earth's going on." So I said, "Well," sorry, everybody who's ever worked with Sir Laurence does a very bad impression of him. So I said, "Well, I'm in the same hotel as you." "Oh, thank God. Well, look, show me what." So I took him where I was going. And he said, "Well, what?" And I said, "Well, come, I'll meet you for supper." "Well, we got supper." I said, "You have as many meals as you like." So I looked after him for a while, just to introduce him to everybody. And so I worked, and then we worked together on the set, and then I worked together with Sir Ralph in the trial scene, and I also worked with Ian Home and Rod Steiger. And Rod Steiger was a lovely man, as was Sir Ralph. I'll tell you a very quick story, if you've got time, of Sir Ralph. Sir Ralph was, he was in earlier scenes, so they cut back to the baptism of Christ, and Ralph played the rabbi who anointed Christ. And by then they were both very old, and they did have difficulty in learning their lines. And Sir Ralph had difficulty in learning this speech, which he had when he held up the baby. And so he wrote it out on what actors call a crib sheet. So if you can't remember your lines, in the old days, you dot them all over the set. So you would go and have a drink and open a cigarette case, and there would be your lines for the night. Or you might go and lean against a wall, and your lines would be written on a piece of paper. Anyway, so Ralph had it under so he could read as he was doing this. And Zeffirelli came and picked up the baby, and he said, "What is this? What's this? What's this piece of paper?" And so the second director showed it's Sir Ralph's crib sheet. So I said, "We don't have crib sheets here." He learns his lines and threw it away. And so anyway, Ralph came to the take, and he came to pick it up, and he picked up the baby, and he went, "Oh, where are my lines? Where's my crib sheet?" And Zeffirelli said, "No, Sir Ralph, we don't have crib sheets here, honestly." And so Ralph, holding the baby, said, "Franco, no crib sheet, no performance." So they put him back, and he did it that way. So they were both coming towards the end of their life, but they were the producers, and I'm trying to think of his name now, it doesn't matter who it was, but he needed stars in order to get the money. So everybody who had they got American stars in for the American market, and it was a great success. I mean, Robert Powell was stunning. I had great fun. It was a lovely part. I was called Haggai in the credits. Unfortunately, no one ever said, "Hello, Haggai, how are you?" So I was just somebody in the background. But if you've got time, I'd begun to watch a program on Sky Arts called Discovering Various People. And one of them was discovering Rod Steiger. And as I'd worked with him, I watched it. And at one point they did him playing Pilate. And he was, prosecuting, he did this shot of him speaking to Christ, Robert Powell. And then suddenly it panned away, and there's Lee Montague and me standing there saying, to almost, we didn't have to say anything, but just looking at Pilate saying, "For God's sake, find him guilty." That was our look. Oh my God, I'm in Rod Steiger's Discovering Rod Steiger. So you turn up in the oddest places.
Oh yeah,
but that was fun. I had 10 glorious weeks. Then they suddenly realized that that we hadn't worked for days, that we'd done all our bits, and what were they doing? So they said, "Right, you go home now." So they put us on a plane and sent us home.
But still a very nice experience.
It was lovely, yes. I mean, it was lovely. I mean, I was in a room with Sir Laurence, Sir Ralph, I mentioned him before, the guy, Anthony Quinn, Rod Steiger, and me, Lee Montague, Ian Holm, and me. So I was slightly outclassed, but it was fun. It was a great, listen, it was work, and I got paid to be in Tunisia. I had a wonderful time.
I mean, I talked to a lot of actors and directors who, of course, they always wanted to be in that profession, and they always say they've never worked a day in their life because they've been doing what they enjoy. Would you sort of share that sentiment?
Oh God, yes. At my school, I was expected to get a job that would earn me a living. And I had a great affinity with animals. Unfortunately, I didn't have. I'm not thick, but I wasn't very good at learning, and physics, chemistry, and biology were an absolute nightmare to me. So for me to actually be a vet, I didn't stand a hope in hell. English and art and history and geography I loved, but that wouldn't have got me anywhere. And when I decided to be an actor, they all hell broke loose. They tried to stop me. They woke me up in the middle of the night, tried to brainwash me, but I persisted. And I've been an actor since 1961. So I don't know how, that's 60, 61 years.
Yeah, yeah.
And I know that all my contemporaries at school, people who went into banking, a great friend of mine was a director called Simon Langton, who I worked for on a couple of occasions. He directed me at Bloxham, and then, as I said, gave me 2 parts in television things. I think of them in a minute. One of them, the Scarlet Pimpernel, and Nelson, a man of our times. He cast me in that. Anyway, his brother was a very successful estate agent. He founded a firm called Aylesford, and I used to go and see him occasionally because I lived in Pimlico, and I went to have a coffee with Andy. I think it was the first property crash of about 1982, and I was saying how was business, and he said, "Well, yesterday I was worth 4 million quid. Today I'm worth virtually nothing," because he lost all his money. And all the people who went into business, who went into management or banking, at each recession, they were either made redundant or their businesses collapsed. And I've never made a great deal of money. I've made some, obviously because I've survived, but if I drop dead tomorrow and I managed to come back and did this with you as a ghost, I would say that I've had the most amazing, wonderful life as an actor of my generation. I've always been interested in acting, and there's a very good book called The Comedy Man, which they made a film with Kenneth Moore, and it's about working in the 50s in weekly rep, and he goes into television, early television, and he makes an advert. In those days, it was television and adverts were really frowned upon by bona fide actors. There is a sort of class system in acting. There's always the leads. There's 1% of the business who are stars. Then there were, in those days, there were people who were in the West End, and then there were people jobbing actors who work in rep. And television was frowned upon they thought it wasn't serious acting. And if you were offered a commercial, it was the end of your end of your life. That is not so now. No. I worked with a lovely actor called Nick Farrell and Richard Hope in the Riff Raff Element. They have done huge Nick Farrell is now the face of Saga for the moment, but he's also playing Scrooge in the West End on a screen. So it doesn't matter. And actors now, commercials are what save your bread and butter. So I look back on my life with joy. Because what we said, my doing what I do and doing what I want to do has saved my nerves, no stress. I've never had. Sometimes I've had a bit of stress because I haven't been able to learn the lines, or it's been a very difficult part. But once you're on stage, the joy of that, this sounds so trite and a bit lovey, but it isn't meant to be. It's what's kept me, I'm 80 and I don't, in fact, this is the worst thing that has ever happened to me. My hair not going grey.
Right.
Because no one is ever going to go. I mean, when this is shown, people may say, he can't be 80. I am. Most people say, if I knew what this was, I would put it in a bottle. I would sell it to you, Philip, and we'd make a bloody fortune. I don't, if I was grey, I could, I go up for, I belong to what's called, I'm sorry, I'm talking too much. I belong to what's called a cooperative agency, which is an agency run by actors. So we run our own business. We, once a week, we go into, I Zoom now, I do it virtually. but we used to go into the office and we would become agents for one day, perhaps more sometimes when you were short of people. So you learn an incredible amount about the business. And I now have, there's me and a lovely actress called Valerie Minifie, who was starred in Men Behaving Badly. She played Anthea in that, a brilliant actress. So we are the older generation. We are the people people come to us because of our experience and our knowledge, because we know when I first joined, you spoke and you rang up casting directors. Nowadays, you don't speak to casting directors hardly at all. I do, because they like it. They get very lonely at the end. They'd much rather speak to people than keep on having, just television, just zooming and breakdowns and things. So I phone them up and talk to them. Hello, Lionel. Oh my God, I haven't spoken to an actor for years. Anyway, the point of this story is that we have a lot of younger people in our agency. Now we try and recruit and we nurture them. So we teach them the business. If they are successful, like we've just taken on a lovely Colombian actor called Santiago. He's just done a huge science fiction film in series in South Africa. Now, if Santiago is headhunted by a bigger agency and he thinks, oh, what do? I would say, go. We can't open those doors for you. Whereas a top flight agent can phone any casting director and say, listen, I've just taken on Santiago, see him. Whereas if I did that, they'd say, thank you, Lionel, I do love you, but you're slightly out of your depth here. So my main point is that the younger actors don't get the work that we got. As I said, I haven't done a great deal of television. I've done enough television and films to make me respectable, but I have done probably in excess of 200 to 250, maybe verging on 300 plays in my life. Now, a young actor would be lucky if by the time they die, they do 30.
Yeah.
I mean, that includes a lot of stuff. I did a lot of pub theatre in the 60s and 70s. People wrote 40-minute theatres, which we put on at strange venues, which would never be open nowadays for fire risk. But so for the price of a pint and a sandwich or a ploughman's lunch and a ticket, the pub would grant you. So you would buy your ticket. You had to buy a pint and a lunch, and then you would go and watch a play, some of which were absolutely dreadful. But it was work and it was fun, and you would just, and you just learnt, right, I will never ever do this again unless the play is worthwhile. It's not just work, because it can do you, a bad play can do you harm. Excuse me.
We did mention when we were talking about Adolf Hitler and my part in his downfall.
Yes.
The director was Norman Cohn.
Oh, yes.
Cohn, and he directed the Dad's Army film 2 years before.
Yeah.
So Arlo had done Dad's Army previously, of course. Do you recall the director Norman Cohn?
I do. He was a lovely man. So I seem to be. I'm being a bit. He was low. I work with some really terrific people. Unless they're really unpleasant to you, and I have worked with two of the most unpleasant directors in the world, which, if you want, I can name.
Yes, if you have to.
Okay, shall I?
Yeah.
I worked with John Dexter. Now, John Dexter was a brilliant director, but very, very could be a real bastard.
Right.
But he produced some really wonderful work. And I worked with a director at the RSC called Ian Judge, who I didn't get on with at all, and nor did a lot of other people. And he was not, he directed occasionally some quite good work, but he was not a pleasant man to work. Some people will say, yes, he was, but most people never wanted to work with Ian Judge again.
Right.
However, You can take that out, and if people want, if Ian Judge sees this and he wants to sue me, I'm more than happy to meet him in court. Norman Cohen he wasn't a very experienced director. He was a South African. His producer was a man called Greg Hicks, who went on to have a big production company. He may very well have used Norman, but Norman was a very gentle director, not the strongest director in the world, which I think some of those performances needed. I know the film itself worked very well, and the very fact that he'd used Jim and Arthur, and I think he may have used other actors from Dad's Army as well in it, that helped because they knew him. I just think he was slightly inexperienced. Yeah. And I don't know. I've never worked for him again, but I'm not sure that I've ever seen his name again. But so he may have gone back to South Africa. He was married to, excuse me, the lead romance, the woman who played the lead romance in it. But I was grateful to be cast. You know, it was a very good company. We all got on very well. I got to know Jim Norton quite well afterwards. Tony Selby, I did as well. Who else did I? Not many others. Oh yes, a lovely actor called David Fielder, who'd been in Crossroads, a very early Crossroads. And I kept in contact with him for a bit too, but I'm not good at keeping in contact with people. My wife will tell you that. That's what a lot of my friends. But
sorry, go on, Lionel.
No. It's just that in my early career, I worked with so many people, and you always take people's addresses. And yet, we must keep in touch. So I ended up with about 19 address books filled with people that I couldn't remember who they were, or I had no intention of ever seeing again. So I just stopped. And those, some of my dear friends who I have worked with, I do keep in contact with people. A lovely actor called Frank Barry, my friends around the corner, Prue and Stuart Fox, and a lot of actor friends I still keep in contact with, and I do keep in contact with people who leave the agency.
It's been quite difficult because the nature of an actor's life is change, moving on. Absolutely. Lots of people come into your life, but they also go out very quickly. So it must be quite difficult sometimes.
But just to go back to your question, I would not have changed my life. I would perhaps, no, I wouldn't have changed anything that any play that I've ever done, because it's taught, even the bad ones have taught me how to deal with that. It's not necessarily there's a bad play. Some of Agatha Christie's plays are probably impossible to do. And with a bad director, they are impossible to do.
Yeah.
With a good director, they're not. If somebody grabs it and has a different line on it, then they come alive. But often directors, when I work with them, in fortnightly rep or weekly rep, they didn't have time to do any homework. What you did was that you got what were called French's acting editions, which were the original West End play with all the moves. So it would say, George enters left, goes to behind the sofa, pours himself a whiskey, takes a cigarette from the box, lights it, and moves down right, enters Sarah through the French windows. He turns to her. So the director would say, right, that's what you do. You come in, go behind the sofa, which all Agatha Christie plays and plays like that had a sofa behind which was a drinks table with cigarettes on it, which nobody in their right mind, apart from a theatre, would ever, because it's a very useful place to have it, would ever do it. So that's what you did. And you just, and if that's so directors, because they didn't have time. There's a lovely phrase that comes very early in your life when you're doing weekly rep, which is learn the lines and don't bump into the furniture. Because the strain is that so you rehearse for a week, and you open it either midweek or on Saturday. If you open it on midweek, you get a better, and you're in the you get more people to come and see it. So you do a midweek changeover. You open on the Thursday, then on the Friday, you go into work and you start rehearsing the next play so you do a morning and an afternoon session, and then you do the play in the evening. And you do that, you have Sunday off to learn the lines, and then you do it Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Thursday, when you open again, you do a tech in the morning, a dress rehearsal in the afternoon, and you open the play. And that's how you spend your life. And when I went to Barrow-in-Furness in 1965, it had just turned from weekly to fortnightly. The Arts Council gave it a grant on the understanding that it no longer was a weekly rep. And they had just done 6 years of weekly rep. And I worked at the National with 2 actors, an actor called Don Gallagher, and an actress called, can't remember her name now, who were in the original company, who Donald knew from that company. So he took them and introduced them to Sir Gabby Lay, I think her name was. And they had done 6 years of weekly rep. I mean, obviously I had to have a break because they would have gone mad, you know. They would have had, and they would have done, say, over Christmas, they would have done run the Christmas play for a fortnight because it made money. And they would have probably given a couple of weeks off. But, you know, that's an incredible, there's a neighbor of mine who called Linda, and she lives with, she's married to an actor called Michael, who was in It Ain't Half Hot Mum. He played the major. He's a lovely, they're both lovely people. And she did 15 years non-stop weekly rep. You know, that's where you learn your craft.
Yeah. I suppose it prepares you for anything, doesn't it? Sort of, you know.
Oh God, yes.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, if you've got time, there's one of the guys I was at Central with was an actor called Philip Dunbar, and he'd been at Frinton, which was a summer season. And he worked with an actor there, an old actor, who, when he arrived, he had all actors you had to supply your own costumes when I first started, and you had to supply you did your own makeup. So he would arrive with a hamper filled with his costumes and all his and he got out his makeup box, and which was sacrosanct, your makeup place. No one ever touched it or sat at it. And he set out 7 little boxes. So Philip said, "What are those?" He said, "I've been acting for many years, and I have come to the conclusion that there are only 7 characters in ever to be done. And each of these boxes contains whatever one needs for character number 1, whoever he may be, character number 2. So as you see, he's got grey crepe hair, for which I make the beards and moustaches. Now this one, he's a tube lead, so there's a lot of 5 and sparkles for the eyes. Now this one, very interesting. You see the glasses? He always wears glasses. So he had 7 characters that he did, because it was the only way that you could survive. You know, so probably the director would say, "Right, George, this week I want character number 6. Oh, lovely, yes, do that for you. The man with the limp, yes, the man with the limp."
I was just looking up because we mentioned Norman Cohen, the director.
Yes.
And he did do a few films after yours, and last one being The Lion's Share in 1980.
Right.
That must have been done posthumously, because he passed away in 83, age 47.
Gosh.
And he's in California.
Right.
So
I didn't keep in contact with him, no, and he never asked me again. But I got on very very well with everybody, I think.
Well, as you say, I mean, when I talk to actors, you sometimes, you know, read in the gossip magazines or see something about, or you know, this person's a diva, this person is demanding, but in all the interviews I've done, I've always met very nice people like yourself. And as you said, actors, to be successful, primarily have to get on with each other or they're gone. So you know, that's That's why they're so nice.
You can't afford to get a reputation. If you get a reputation, it spreads very quickly.
Yeah.
And you know, it sticks with you, however much. You've only got to throw a wobbly once. And directors talk to directors, producers talk to producers. You know, when they're talking about, oh well, what about Lionel? No, wouldn't touch him with the. But he was always late. He drank a lot. You know, really. But if he was, well, I wouldn't. Not that I'm only saying that because I don't want to get. I don't want to be sued at the end of this film. I don't want lawyers to suddenly say, really, is that what he said about me? So I'll say me in future.
Yeah.
No, I always, you know, I've always known, and in the occasionally, I have had to stand up for myself in theatre. I've had to say, no, that is not the way to do this. That, you know, or you know, I've had a difference of opinion with the director, and as I've got to do it, I don't always win, you know, but sometimes you have to say, no, that is not how I see the play, and that certainly is not how it's written. Why are you asking me to do that when they're going against everything in the play? I did have once. I didn't throw a wobbly, but I was doing Boeing down at Leatherhead the second time I did it, and there's a scene where Robert he's just about to go out the door, and the door opens very quickly. One of the air hostesses comes in, and she opens the door and she crushes him against she flattens him against the door. And she doesn't realize he's there. And in the dress rehearsal, when I came to do it, the set designer had put a bookcase right up against the door. So when I came to do the business, I was smashed against the bookcase, and it was one of the early dress rehearsals. And I said, I'm sorry, why is this bookcase? It can't be there. And she got very cross and said, well, you know, that's the set I've designed it. Set. I said, well, in which case, how am I supposed to do this business? You know, I can't do it. So either remove the bookcase or we don't go on. So she had to remove the bookcase. But that's very, you know, most people will do their best to make life easy for actors. It reflects on them as well. You know, if an actor's giving a good performance and he's happy, everybody's happy.
Oh, absolutely. You did mention Bernard Breslaw.
Bernard Breslaw, yes.
Breslaw, yeah. Do you have any particular memories of
I do. He was a gentle, lovely man. I'm trying to think of the name of the... It was... I know what it was. Roland Joffe adapted a mystery play for modern. So he rewrote this mystery play, and Bernard. I'm just trying to think if that's right. No, it was a play called Time Sneeze, which Roland put on for young people at the Young Vic. It was one of the original, the early ones for young people, and Bernard played a wonderful man. I can't remember exactly what it was, but he was an absolute joy. And he it was sometimes very difficult to get him to rehearse because he was continually anecdotes. You know, you would say something, he said, oh, I remember when I was doing that, you know, God, when I did that, it was absolutely. So a lot of rehearsals never got to where he was supposed to do because he would stop and listen to Bernard Breslaw. But he told a wonderful story about, do you remember Zulu, the film Zulu?
I do indeed, yes.
There's a Welsh private in there who looks after the animals. And there's lots of scenes with him trying to comfort the animals. You know, he's under fire and they're being shot at by the Zulus, and he's desperately trying to comfort them. And he had a striking resemblance to Bernard Breslaw. And everybody thinks that actor is Bernard Breslau, and it isn't. I don't know the poor man's name,
Mm.
but Bernard said that often he would be in the street and people would come up and say, "Oh, you're Bernard Breslau. You know, I love doing those guys, but my God, you were fantastic in Zulu." And Bernard would say, "Oh, thank you very much. It was a wonderful film and I had great fun and the animals were wonderful." Because he said, you know, if I said it wasn't me, they wouldn't believe me. Of course it was you, Bernard. You're just being shy, aren't you? So he said, no, I always went along with the story and I signed the autographs. If they, I've got Bernard Breslau's autograph from Zulu. So he said, you know, you just have to go with the flow sometimes. If they don't read the credits, then I'll take the credit for this poor man's work. But he was a wonder and a comic genius.
Oh yeah, yeah.
No, he wasn't. He played. I can't think of another word. He played thick people, but he wasn't. You know, because of the way he spoke. He was a bright, lovely man who loved his. You know, who relished in doing whatever he did.
I think one of the things that was quite interesting looking at Bernard's career was he did a Doctor Who, but he played this monster called an ice warrior. So he was completely unrecognizable. Of course, his height was the main selling point. Yeah. But he was doing the carry-ons at that time, so he didn't probably necessarily need the work. But he wanted to be in Doctor Who and under all that name and stuff like that. So
all actors need the work. It doesn't matter very few actors will turn down unless it's, you know, it's absolutely impossible. Actors will bend over backwards to do. And if somebody asked him and he had a couple of weeks off, and he probably said to them, "Listen, I've got a filming schedule. If you want me," they'd fit round it. Yeah.
And I think what a lot of people don't always realise is with the carry-on films, they were made so cheaply.
Yes.
Really getting, you know, big bucks. So yes, it probably was unavailable, but also extra pennies would be quite helpful.
Of course, it was a wonderful career for a lot of people. There was Kenneth Connor in the early ones, and there were quite a lot of good actors, or not good, a lot of straight actors in the earlier ones. And then when it got, you know, with people like Sid James, Barbara Windsor, Jim, and the other, you know, Leslie Phillips and the others, then it became sort of like a rep. Nicholas Hawtrey, you know, so they began to write the films around the characters.
Yeah, it became a bit more formulaic, didn't it?
Yeah,
it went on.
But it made you know, good Lord, I mean, it made the reputations of a lot of people.
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
And it was, and you had to work. You couldn't just go in there and wing it. You had to know, you know, you had to know your comic timing.
Have you always found that comedy is one perhaps the more difficult thing to do as an actor?
I enjoy comedy, and people have said that I'm quite good at it. I enjoy doing comedy, and I love laughs. You know, there is something about doing something that you get an enormous laugh, and you wait for it to finish before you say the next line.
Yeah.
Some people aren't very good at it, but I've always enjoyed it. I remember when I was at the National, John Moffat took me to see No Sex Please We're British with Michael Crawford, because Michael Crawford, at one point, something happens he gets either knocked over or something happens that he ends up on the floor, totally bemused. And John wanted me to see this because Michael Crawford held that pause without saying anything for a minute, because John went out 3 times to time it, and he said, "You have to come and because this is comic genius, to actually trust your audience, your cast members, and yourself, that you can hold because what happens is an audience laughs, and then it runs out of steam. And then slowly they realize that nothing's happening, that he's still stood there like this. And so they begin to titter, and then it begins to build again. And then at the end of it, there's a whole crescendo where it goes back to what it was before, and then it fades, and then Michael Crawford came in with his next line. It was a lesson. I wouldn't have the courage to do that. You know, you wait till you time it yourself. But not all actors have good comic timing. You can't teach comic timing.
No.
You know, you watch somebody like Peter Kay. I watched him the other night because he's coming back, and they do a compilation. That man is a genius.
Yeah.
His material, his interplay with the audience, his timing. He knows when to move on. He knows when to go back. He knows when to resurrect a line or resurrect a move. And that you listen to the audience build and build and build, because they know that he he may look out of control, but Peter Kay knows exactly where he's going, what he's doing, and when you should stop laughing. Then we'll go on to something else. And if you want to come back to that, you can. But no, we're going to go on. It's comic genius. And I think he stopped because he got bloody tired, exhausting.
Yeah.
The energy, the sweat, you know. And he's a big man. You know, he could do with losing a few pounds, but you know that must be knackering.
Oh yeah. They come in more exhausted than
no
on the crowd for 70 minutes or so on your own. You know where to hide. It's just all about you, isn't it? Did you ever work with Leslie Phillips, as you mentioned?
No, never did. No.
One thing I wanted to ask you. You said when you've decided you want to become an actor that you. A lot of people were trying to say, "Well, don't do this," including you mentioned waking up in the middle of the night. Was that a boarding school? And
yes, I was at Bloxham.
Yeah,
which had a strong tradition of drama.
Yeah,
and in fact, they had my best interest at heart.
Yeah,
but they wanted to say, you know, whatever you do, you know, my father. I said my parents were divorced. My mother, who I think really wanted to be an actress. But of course she couldn't be because it just wasn't within her lifestyle. My father was very anti me becoming an actor. My mother was all for it, and my brother helped me. And eventually my father, I think he was frightened that I was going to cost him a lot of money. He felt that, you know, because, you know, actors didn't, there was always that thing about, you know, actors living in crap situations and not earning any money and on the breadline. He felt that I might come to, not that I would have done, but when I showed him that I could make a living, and I did very, you know, I had clothes, I ran a car, I lived in London, I didn't starve to death. I did many jobs. I mean, that's the other thing that an actor, and it happens nowadays, is that your life is full of things that you never ever thought you. I've done the most bizarre things in my life to earn money, but fun.
Yeah,
you know, amazing things. Even though I'm 80, I sometimes work for a lovely friend of mine called Jack, who's a 35-year-old tree surgeon.
Yeah.
He grew up with my son, who's a very brilliant graphic designer. So I've known him for years, and he was short of somebody about 8-9 years ago. Said, would I be interested? And I love working for him. I'm getting slightly too old now. My body gives up. But when Jack's really short of thing, I work as a groundsman. So he drops the things, I put them in a van, and he saws them up, and I keep on doing that. Or, you know, I've done furniture removals. I worked for 10 years for my best friend and his wife in Pimlico. There's no longer there, a firm called Clarendon Pimlico Removals, Clarendon Antiques. I've done there's an Amazon advert at the moment where oh no, for Specsavers, where this black guy takes this huge parcel up some stairs because the lift's broken. And he gets to the top of the floor and he rings the bell, and she says, "Oh no, it's that block over there." That happened to Tom and I.
Ah.
Because Tom had got the wrong block. So we lugged an ancient fridge, which weighed a ton because it had 2 compressors up 18 flights of stairs. And when we got to the top, it was the next door block. So we had to lug it all the way down, knowing that we had to lug it all the way up again.
Oh dear.
But I loved it. I had, because you learn, actors watch people subconsciously. I watched all manner of people. One of the nicest jobs I ever did was I toured schools for a really wonderful man called Josh Bruman, who he was a teacher, and he wrote books on history, and eventually he had, and he still has, a show that tours around schools. It's called, the company is called School History Scene, and he does, I think he's doing 3 plays, one on Hitler, it's called Hitler on Trial, one on the history of medicine called The Doctor's Show, and he's now doing one on Queen Elizabeth I, but I did it for 12 years, and I played Hitler, Stalin, and Mussolini in as well as a lot of other plays, things in Hitler in the Doctor's Show, but I played the 3 dictators in various versions. And my Russian accent wasn't bad. My German accent is quite good. And my Italian accent, I've always been able to do. I don't know why. And so I nurtured my Italian accent. About, I don't know, 2014, 2015, I was approached by a casting director called Sarah Hughes to do a play called Christmas by Simon Stevens. And I didn't want to do it because I hadn't learned lines for a long time. And a friend of mine in the agency called Shelley Atkinson, who I was in the office together, said, "Lionel," she's Irish, she said, "Lionel, if you don't go for this audition, I'm never, ever going to speak to you again." And I mean that. And I said, "Oh, come on." She said, "No, you go. I'm serious. I've read that you are. So if you don't, that's it. We're finished." So I went and I read it and I got the part, and it was the best thing I've ever done. So thank you, Shelley. I still keep in contact with Shelley. And it was a brilliant play. It wasn't one of, Simon himself would say it was an early play, and it wasn't the best one of it. It was he wrote it when he was still teaching in East London, I think, and it was done before, and it wasn't a very good production. And Michael Kingsbury wanted to do it, and he did it at the White Bear, which is a pub theatre. Interesting, and it's set in a pub on just before Christmas, and Michael cast it brilliantly. There was there's 4 leads. I'll try and Will Ely. I can't remember. Anyway, there were 4 of us, and it was brilliantly cast, brilliantly directed, and we just got on like a house on fire. And it's something that I will treasure for the rest of my life. And I just slipped into this Italian accent, just like that. And I did something that I haven't done for a long time. I did it first. Sorry, I'm chopping and changing. The first time I ever learnt lines before I rehearsed was when I did a double bill of Importance of Being Earnest and Travesties. And I learnt them both before I went. I learnt Travesties before I went up there, and I learnt the Importance when I got there, and Oscar Wilde is very difficult to learn. And from then on, I've always learnt my lines before I rehearse, and it helped me to do Christmas by learning the lines before I arrived, because it allowed me to expand. He's an Italian barber who comes over at the end of the war, somehow ends up in in England, marries an East End lady, becomes a barber, she dies, and he carries on his barber's shop. And there was something about him that I knew, and the fact that I learned the lines allowed me to expand my knowledge of him and my knowledge. And it's interesting, Philip, because a lot of actors will say, oh no, I couldn't learn the lines before I get to rehearsal. Well, if you arrive at a television shoot, if you're cast in a television play, you're cast in a film, and you say, hi, yes, I'm playing, I've got 16 lines as the butler, and I'd like to rehearse because I haven't learned them. You would be, the first director would say, right, get your own, you go home on your own. We brought you in a car, you go home on your own. We're not paying for your car home. Bugger off, because I'll get somebody who I know has got a photographic memory who can be here in 2 hours and he'll do your part. So it's a nonsense. You know, actors, it's a given that you learn the lines before you in the old days, you used to rehearse for television. You don't do that anymore. So you had a chance to, you know, you arrive on set, you do the shoot. Some directors will allow you to rehearse, but you still need to learn the lines. Yeah. So, you know, it's a thing that actors say, you know, I couldn't, you know, it needs to sort of infiltrate me. Well, to be honest, if you haven't got that book, if actors tried it once, they would cross the Rubicon, because it's the most inspiring. It releases you. You can do all manner of things without that book because you know the lines. You can experiment. You can do it differently. Pause in different places. You're saying, "Oh, what did I say? Oh, yes, I'm so sorry. I know you've got the wrong page. Hang on, I've probably got the wrong play." Anyway, so I've digressed. But that's where my Italian accent came from. Thank you, Josh.
I did hear a story about Kenneth Branagh when he directs plays. He does insist on all actors first rehearsal knowing it word perfect, where it's Shakespeare, whatever it is. So I don't, and I think a lot of actors are a bit taken back by that. So of course it's not common that you need to be word perfect. But
Noel Coward did as well. In fact, if you've got Noel Coward, when he was doing Hay Fever, he cast an actress in it, and he said, you know, he met them before they broke, because it was the first play to open after the summer break, at the end of the first season or the second season. And he came and introduced, he'd cast it, and he said, you know, I want you all will learn the lines. First day rehearsal, you have to learn the lines. Do you understand? They all went away. The actress, I won't say her, whoever it was playing this part, arrived the next day, on the first day of rehearsal, didn't know her lines. She was sacked, and he gave the part to her understudy, who was Louise Purnell.
Ah, right.
And Louise was a comedic revelation. She was absolutely brilliant, and that was the beginning of her career. Sir thought she was brilliant. Noel Coward thought she was brilliant, and she went from strength to strength. You know, became one of the bedrocks of the younger players, of the Juve leads and the younger players, comedy and drama at the National, just because somebody didn't understand what the ground rules were. You know, and Kenneth Branagh is quite right. Learn the lines, and my God, you'll understand what acting's about.
Yeah. I think what's so surprising and a bit terrifying sometimes is that it's not only about talent, it's also about a great deal of luck as well. And
oh God, yes,
coming your way,
being in the right place at the right time. Honestly.
Oh yeah.
And also, you know, working with directors who remember you. I was thinking about that when you were saying about Norman. Not, you know, that some directors have employed me time and time again, and some haven't. I don't think anyway. No, but that's just the luck of the draw.
Oh yeah. So moving on to another luck of the draw, a highlight. The new Avengers comes along. The episode, The Midas Touch. Do you remember the process for getting that role in particular, or?
Do you know, I think in those days you went, each individual company like Rediffusion, ATV, the BBC had their own casting departments.
Yeah.
And whoever was the company making the new Avengers had a casting department. I can't remember who directed it.
Well, the director of the episode was a gentleman called Robert Foost.
No, I didn't know him. And in fact, so what happened was that my agent at the time, who would have been a lovely actor called Marjorie Armstrong, would have put me up, said, "Here's, Lionel's just come back from this. He's young. This is did the part." So I would have gone and seen her, and she would have put me forward to the director. He would have said yes. I didn't. It wasn't a great big part. If I remember rightly, we were driven out. There were 3 or 4 of us. We went to, I think it was Beckton Gasworks, which was where Stanley Kubrick filmed the battle scene from Full Metal Jacket.
Right.
There's a scene where they're all the GIs, all the Marines are going through these explosions in the dusk and the dark, and that's where, because he filmed most of his films, Stanley Kubrick, because he lived. Funny enough, I auditioned for him and didn't get it for 2001: A Space Odyssey. So we arrived on the set, which was derelict, and there were just the odd buildings, one of which, as far as I remember from the plot, there were 4 of us who were either working for somebody, and we were going to go in to this building to either get something or rescue somebody. And so we were all wearing boiler suits, and I think we may even be wearing masks and caps. So there were 3 sort of lower rank, and 1 guy who played, who was further up the pecking order, and he was controlling us.
Yeah.
So we sort of went, if I remember rightly, across the ground to this thing. We went in, and then there were shots of us either doing things or trying to get something, and then we were either deliberately overcome by poison, or somebody, or the poison in the building overcame us. And then we all collapsed. And then Linda Thorson, who was then playing the Diana Rigg part, came and examined us. And that was the end. It wasn't the greatest part in the world, but it was fun to do. And I had a whole morning on it.
Well, I've got a little clip of it. I don't know if you want me to show you. Would you like to see it?
Yes, please.
My screen. So, because I think it was Southall Gasworks. That's
was it Southall?
It comes up on Google as anyway. I believe it's like a lot of, looked like quite a miserable place at the time, but I think it's now being renovated into this multi-million,
right,
and that's going to afford a house on it sort of thing, like so many places in these old.
Right, thank you.
Just see if I can.
So I was wrong about Stanley Kubrick. It wasn't. We may have you anyway. I don't know. Anyway, keep going. Sorry.
It certainly would have been a similar place. Okay. Can you now see sort of a video pause?
Yep.
Okay, this is at the beginning of the episode, so I might skip it a second. I'll skip it to your.
Okay. That's him. That's.
Oh, John Carson.
John Carson, yes. Thank you, Philip. That's brilliant.
Right. So yeah, 776. That.
Gosh, yes.
I'll just exit. Stop share. So that was. And I think it was only the second episode to be shot, not necessarily aired.
Right.
Second. second episode, but I think it was very early in the production. That the clue is the opening credit titles that we saw. They replaced them later on with a sort of animation, and
right, of course they did. Yes,
you can tell a little bit,
right,
from that. But
God,
so I mean, as you say, so it's a morning's work sort of back in 76.
Fun to do.
Yeah. And interesting, you're the only person apart from the one of the principal guest stars that actually speaks in that scene.
Yeah, I didn't. Good God, thank you.
Yeah. So you're very much the lead guard.
Yes. Yeah. Which is why the guinea pig decided to bite me, nobody else.
Yeah. And I think what's quite interesting, the Avengers has always had this, where it's kind of sort of turned expectation on its head a little bit. You think they're going in to get John Carson's character or something very dangerous, or it turned out to be this little cute little animal that, and of course does you in. So I think that's one of the appeal to the Avengers, is that kind of sort of the
it was originally, with Diana Rigg, and then Linda Thorson, and then with Joanna Lumley. Then it ended, didn't it?
It did, yeah. Originally started as the Avengers has changed very dramatically over the years. It started as a show starring Ian Hendry, and Patrick McNee was the psychic in that. Then it went to Warner Blackman, Diana, Linda, took a break, and filmed very differently, of course, done as live as a live performance back in the days. I mean, did you find live TV quite nerve-wracking? But I suppose your theatre background could have helped you with that.
I didn't really. I mean, obviously there was pressure, but we'd rehearsed it. The live TV that I did, we rehearsed it so that we knew exactly what we were doing. It was all made very clear. It wasn't any different from some of the television that was being done recorded. You still had to find your marks, and you still had to do all of that. But obviously you just made sure you didn't dry, and that you didn't, because it actually did go out live. So there was a certain amount of strain on you, but if you accept the job, you go for the grid. You make sure that you know exactly what you're doing. And I was quite lucky, because I was playing somebody who was stoned out of his mind most of the time, and that was one of the things that upset Manfred Mann when they came to see it, because they didn't know which one Paul Jones had singled out to be the one who was stoned all the time. And at one point they said, "You can't do this. You've got to pull it off." But by then I think he was beginning to pull away from the group anyway, because he then went on and made his own. He did quite a lot of work on his own, and he is one of the most accomplished, world-renowned harmonica players in the world.
Ah, right, yeah.
He is an absolute genius with the harmonica. And I went to see him when he knew Brian Prothero, who I also knew, and they did a gig together somewhere. And I went to this concert that he did, and he was absolutely amazing on the harmonica, as well as everything else, as well as singing. And I don't think he played an instrument. I think he was just a front man. Anyway,
the casting lady for the New Avengers was Maggie Carter.
Oh right, yes.
And of course worked on so many, TV. I suppose you don't probably remember casting directors that much.
I don't know. I mean, I do know. Nowadays, I'm just trying to think of the last television I did was Downtown Abbey, and because I'd worked with the producer on the Riff Raff Element, I didn't need to meet the casting director. So Liz Trubridge, who produced it, I just went to my agent and said I would like Lana to play Taylor, just as she did with the Riff Raff Element. She came to my agent and said I would like to cast Lionel as Father Casper in the Riff Raff Element, which was a 12-part series written by Debbie Horsfield with Ron Pickup, Trevor Peacock, Nick Farrell, Richard Hope, Mossy Smith, Cal McAninch, Dear Man, Sue Brown, George Costigan, a lot of people. My God, my memory's flooding back. So, but in the old days, you would do the rounds of casting directors. You would a conventional. There were no such thing as co-ops in those days. So your agent, who had a good relationship with as many casting directors as possible, would ring them up and say, "I've got this new young actor. Would you meet him?" And you would go for a general casting, and then you would, if they liked you, they would put you on their books, remember you, keep your CV and your photograph on file, that was important. And you had to be very careful. You didn't offend casting directors, because there is an apocryphal story of an actor going into a casting director's state and saying, listen, you saw me 3 months ago and you haven't given me any work. Why? Please tell me why. And she said, she explained to her, so at the moment we haven't got anything for you. And she phoned up every casting director and said, never work with. It's probably apocryphal, but it sums up. You have to be, you obviously have to be polite to casting directors, because there's no point being rude to them. The only reason that actors don't get jobs, and this is what I say to the younger actors: if you go up for something and you're absolutely right for it and you've got really good feedback and you don't get it, it's because even though you were perfectly right for the casting, you're not right for the overall, that you may be blonde and 5'6", and the person that they want you to play opposite is also blonde and 5'6", and what they're looking for is either somebody taller or somebody shorter. It's to do with casting. Unless I say, listen, the only two reasons that you will not get the job is if you turn up drunk and you swear at the casting director, and that you're very, very late and don't apologize.
Yeah.
Those are the only three reasons that a casting director will not give you the job. The rest of it, if you can, obviously if you blow the audition by, doing a total wrong accent, or, you say, well, I don't understand this play, you have to do some sort of homework. But it's never, ever, in 99%, it's never an actor's fault. Even in commercials, you may be absolutely right for the part, but they've already cast 3 people in it and you don't fit in. They're looking for 3 tall people and 1 small people, and you're too tall.
It's being thick-skinned enough to realize.
Yeah, you just have to accept the fact and move on.
Yeah, because it could be quite.
But I would do the rounds of casting directors, and then I'm lucky now that some people. Obviously for commercials I do go up. Although auditions have changed radically now since COVID, we do a lot of Zooming, which is. It's very difficult. Most actors come over much better face to face. So we would much rather be in the room with people. But it's much more convenient now for casting directors to Zoom than it is to meet people face to face.
Yeah, absolutely.
They're getting back to face to face, and what they'll probably do is do a Zoom and then another Zoom and then a face to face. But the initial casting is done probably from a tape.
I think it's a good mixture, isn't it? Technology is a wonderful tool. We're only talking because of this, so that's great. But you don't want to lose that personal interaction, because I know that during lockdown there was a lot of
God, yes.
table reads and things and of actors, and so keeping us connected. And I think they still do that to a little bit, because that's a way of reaching an audience that might not otherwise get to the West End or the local theatre. But at the same time, you can't lose that connectivity, that tactile part of it.
And that's the fascinating thing about our business, is that, you know, when COVID hit, everybody, the business, the whole entertainment industry took an incredible knock. Yeah. But I've always said to people, listen, when the Republic was declared in 16 whatever, when Cromwell came to power and he closed all the theatres, you know, there were no actors or actresses for over 6 years. And at the end of it, the theatre reinvented itself. Yeah. So theatres opened, theatres were built. There were no young men playing women, so they'd all lost. They either persecuted or had gone out of business. So the people said, well, in which case, why don't we use women? Yeah. That's when actresses started to be used. Yeah. Suddenly there was a flowering of young men writing brilliant plays, and now we come to COVID, where it stopped. Everything stopped. Shows stopped. Everything stopped. But we are now reinventing ourselves. Yeah. It will never ever be the same again, but it will be different. And because entertainment is so important, you know, television, videos, everything that we do, you know, without signing off, without going to the cinema, again, without going to the theatre. People want to go to the theatre. They don't want, you know, sometimes people watch the things at the National, we were talking about the things they do, because they can't afford to or they can't get to it. But most people would much rather go and laugh than I'd much rather go to the theatre than watch it on the screen. And I'd certainly much rather go see a movie than you know, I'd like to go into the cinemas. I was brought up on the cinema.
I mean, I think I was quite struck, because I've been to a couple of cinema showings of theatre productions. Maybe, you know, take a family member who couldn't go to see it in the West End, and I was struck how almost cinematic in terms of how it's shot. I mean, there's lots of angles, and I remember seeing some old BBC productions just from Shakespeare. It's just a static camera, and it's the most boring thing in the world. So absolutely. But now theatre, even as they think would be a medium that would translate into, because it actually does. So I think it if it's used an excuse of, oh well, we could do a tour, we just put it on the cinema, I think that's bad. But if it's, because a lot of shows will not tour out the West End, it's not that accessible. It's getting, I mean, I've been going to the theatre for 25 years, and I've just seen tickets just go up, you know, hugely, and it's getting, and everything else in London, and I'm kind of thinking, and I've got a reasonably well-paying job, so is my wife, but you think, is it really feasible, unless it's something I really want to go and see, and that's the beauty of seeing it in the cinema. It's accessible to.
Well, that was a brilliant thing about Amex at the National. You know, I think it was under Nick Heitner that Amex, you know, you could get 30 £10 tickets, so it meant that people could go. Who was it who was saying that they're going to do that?
There's still a few theatres that do have sort of £10 day tickets, and
well, in fact, Peter Kay is doing £30 tickets at some, you know, venues to get people.
I think he's kept his prices to what it was when he counted his tour, didn't he? And that's rather nice to do that. I just want a couple more sort of questions on New Avengers related, really. I mean, you said you didn't ever work with John Carson.
No.
So did you ever encounter Patrick McNee?
No, that wasn't. I mean, often with television, you'll never, you'll do quite a couple of big scenes and never ever meet the protagonists. You know, so it's all done in, you know, the shooting schedule. So he would probably be doing something. He would be.
He would have been
doing something else while we're doing that. No, I never met any of them.
Because the reason I mentioned it was that Patrick did do a reasonable amount of theatre work in the.
No, I never did.
In the UK, and apparently he was quite sort of
Yeah.
To one gentleman, he was in a play with him, and he described Patrick Macnee as quite eccentric, and he would sort of come up with new aspects of his character. And I think, well, this week my character's actually a hunter who enjoys safari. So even though there's nothing to say about it, suddenly he would turn up to rehearsals in safari outfit and say, "Well, this is part of you know." So, okay, so that sort of thing.
Only Patrick Macnee or someone of his status, because if a jobbing actor did that, again, you'd be shown the door. And leave your costume behind, love.
I suppose there's the perks of being
the perks of stardom.
You can sort of have a bit more fun and a bit more bit more slack, really. You mentioned you had worked with Diana Rigg.
I did at the National. We did. I was it wasn't the last play I did. It was coming towards the end of my time there, and Tom Stoppard wrote a new play called Jumpers. Which had Michael Hordern, David Ryle, Diana Rigg, Graham Crowden, and then a lot of those of us who were, we weren't playing nothing. We established some sort of reputation at the National. We played the Jumpers, who were gymnastic professors. So we didn't have very much to do, but we appeared in a couple of scenes, and Diana Rigg played Michael Hordern's wife, and I think she was a music hall star. And the coda was us, all the Jumpers, on stage in yellow with a J on, and we did a lot of gymnastics. And then Diana Rigg came in on a moon and sang, I think she sang Sentimental Journey. Gonna take a sentimental journey. And we danced around her and took her off and danced around the stage with her. And then we finished, and then that was the end of the play. But she was a really charming woman. And when I first went to the National, an actor called Ben Whitrow, in order to get through when we weren't rehearsing, or we were sometimes you were a walking understudy, it taught me bridge. And so I learned to play bridge with him and various other people. And Diana Rigg played bridge. So in the between shows, we would go to her dressing room and play bridge with her. Those of us that could. There was me, David, can't remember his name, and a couple of other people. So Diana, we would play in her dressing room. And then, we would play for an hour or two, and then we would go on stage. And at towards the end of the run, she took all us Jumpers out to lunch, to supper, with her partner at the time, Michael Philip Saville, somewhere up in Swiss Cottage, just to say thank you for being us.
Yeah, lovely.
And she'd just done, before she came to the National, the Bond film with George Lazenby.
Oh, yes.
And she'd won, you call it winning, the mini moke that she drove around in that. So we went up there in something, and she arrived in a mini moke, which I think they either gave her or she said, I'm having this. She was a very, very nice woman, sad, and, a very, very good actress, and lovely, good actress.
Yeah, as you say, it was sad, of course, that she's no longer
a good company member. That's another thing that matters to places like the RSC and the National. If you can put on at the end of it, they put, lousy actor but good company member, you've probably crossed one of the bridges.
Yes. I mean, I had the privilege of seeing Diana Rigg a couple of times on stage. I think it was a play called Honor she did, and
yes.
But Pygmalion, I think, as well. I saw.
Yes.
I think obviously Avengers fans, of course, adore her, and they always describe those couple of seasons that she did as usually the golden years of the Avengers. I think she, like some actors do, when they're sort of very renowned for a Bond film or TV series, they feel perhaps a bit shackled by it, because I suppose one of the thing about being an actor is that you want to be a comedian, you want to do all these things, you don't want to get pigeonholed, and sometimes something follows you.
Yes.
And you either sort of have a very embracing relationship with that, or it becomes a bit difficult. And I think she always kind of struggled a little bit,
Yes.
I think, yeah. The one actor, the main cast member that you did have your scenes with was David Swift, who played Turner. Do you have any memories of David Swift?
Only in that. I was going to ask you who he was. Yes, I mean he worked. I never worked with him again, but he was a very, very good supporting actor. But more than a supporting actor, he played leads. He was a supporting lead in good television because he was good. He looked good. He had a nice threatening air, or quite a good comedic air. Had weight, height, good voice, and you knew what you would get from him. If you cast David Swift, that's what you got. And that's really often what happens to an actor, is that people will use you time and time again because that's what they want. And that can bug some actors. I want to break out of the mold. And sometimes when they break out of the mold, they shouldn't have done it because they fall off the cliff.
I mean, one actor that you don't have any scenes of in the episode, but you do encounter on The Duchess of Duke Street, is Ronald Lacey. I don't know if you had any encounters with Ronald Lacey at all.
Yes, I do remember Ron Lacey. I wonder if I'd work with him again. He was an extraordinary man, because he was not the he was I'm going to say he was peculiar. He wasn't peculiar. He wasn't an actor with looks. He was an actor with personality. He was a brilliant character actor. And I don't really remember him very much in Duchess of Duke Street. I do remember that the reason I got that was because Simon Langton directed it, and he was the guy I was at school with, and I was playing a Polish poet or a Polish playwright. Can't remember his name, and I know I upset the woman who wrote that episode, because I did some research on how a Pole speaks, and I went and said, listen, I'd like to say it this way, because this is how Poles speak. And she looked at me as I crawled out from under the rug, and she and Simon said, okay, well, you can change that and that, but don't change anything else. So I just had the accent, and it was the way that East Europeans speak. They don't say, I do believe that. They transpose words. So they don't. They often speak the way that they translate it. So if they translate it from English into Polish, if the verb goes somewhere else, that's how they say the verb. But no, I don't remember Ron too. I do remember nice scenes with the woman who played the Duchess, Gemma Jones.
Right. Yeah.
Most of my scenes with her was she ran a boarding house or a restaurant, didn't she, or a hotel. And I was staying there, and as this Polish playwright. But I don't remember Ron. I mean, I know his work.
Oh yeah.
But I don't remember him.
I just had a quick look at his IMDb page, and you don't cross in either, apart from the Duchess of Duke Street and being in the same Avengers episode. You guys don't cross paths, unfortunately. And I think he struggled a little bit. I think during his career, I suppose like most actors do. And I think just before Raiders of the Lost Ark came about, I think he was thinking of just giving it all up, and then like an actor does, you get a phone call and suddenly it changes your
absolutely. Yep. Well, that happens to a lot of people. They reach and then they leave. It happened to a very well. She left and was working as on a till somewhere in Waitrose. This is many years ago, and a director said, "Oh my God, you're so and so," and she said, "Yes." He said, "What are you doing here?" She said, "Well, I can't get any work," and he re-employed her. He said, "Well, come back into the business." But you know, it gets, you have to earn a living, so you either give up and do something else, or you carry on regardless. You know, I was watching a program today about Donald Sutherland, and he had a blip in his career and he thought about giving up, and somebody rescued his career. I gave up for 3 days. And I went to Lake Windermere to a friend of mine called John Tovey, who ran the Miller Hall Hotel, and I phoned him up and said, "Listen, John, I'm fed up with this. I can't get any work. Can I come work for you?" So he said, "All right, well, come up." So I went up and met him, and I got off the train and he said, "Right, you're not giving up. You can have a holiday with me for 3 days, and then you're going back." And he was right. You know, about 2 days later, I got a job.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yes.
I mean, of course, it said the new Avengers. The Avengers has been on for so many years. But you aware of the Avengers?
Yes.
Had you watched it?
Well, now you remember. Now you know. I remember Honor Blackman. I certainly remember John Ian Hendry.
Ian Hendry, yeah.
And then I watched it because of Ian McGee, Patrick McGee, and Diana, because she was that was when they began to do it on the tele-recording rather than sort of studio, wasn't it?
But prior to Down a Wig, it was all done on videotape.
Right, which didn't work nearly as well.
And done as live as well. So even the fights, you'd do a fight and then you have to run around and having a relaxing somebody who actually your heart rate's like that. And so they moved to film with Down a Wig because, of course, sales to America wouldn't accept the videotape. So that was kind of your, you know, the golden era, I suppose, for you as well. Yeah.
And then I remember Linda Thorson, because I'd worked with the National with Claude Chagrin, and her husband was Nicholas Chagrin, not Nicholas Chagrin, Julian Chagrin, who was a mime specialist, as was Claude. And they were estranged, and Linda Thorson was Julian's partner at the time. So I watched it for that. Then I don't know what happened. But what happened to it after that?
Well, after that, it wasn't Linda's fault or anybody else's fault. The series was cancelled. Again, it just didn't. After Down a Wig left, it didn't sell to America. Of course, that's where all the money was, and the show just got taken. It was such a big. Down a Wig left such a shadow, I think, on the show that very few people were going to be able to come in. And of course, Linda did a fantastic job, but the audience just didn't come back in the way they should. And really,
no, and sometimes. A series, you know, sometimes, and there are series that have gone on far too long, and I think even the people in it would admit that, you know, God, what are we doing? You know, this is tired now. You know, that was the clever thing about John Cleese. He said, we're going to make 13 Fawlty Towers, and that's it. We won't do any more because I can't do any more, and B, you know, sometimes series have two lives, have two good series, and then people make the mistake of doing a third, and by then everybody's exhausted, and the writers are tired. You know, I mean, I think something like Friends, which I'm watching now and then occasionally, they were clever because they knew when to stop, but they had 35 writers, you know, so if you've got 35 people giving the input, then it's different.
I think even with something like Friends, I mean, the quality was very high, but I don't think it's high, say, compared to something like Frasier, where that kind of sort of kept it. Even so, you're right. If the Avengers had gone on longer, would it have kind of just like a damp squib, just sort of faded. I did, as you mentioned, Linda and Julian. I did do an event with both of them together for their episode of the Avengers. We had some bad technical issues on my part. For some reason, my audio wasn't coming through that clear. I'm not using anything different to what I'm using tonight, but it was sometimes Zoom can be a bit.
Don't. It all depends on your provider too.
It does indeed. So that they were coming through okay, and of course, no one's here to see me, so that was fine. But it was lovely to see their interaction and their friendship still
good
all those years later. And so the Avengers had a rest, and then again by chance there was a champagne commercial that Patrick Macnee and Linda Forston did years later, and somebody watched it and came across Patrick and said, "Oh, how's the Avengers going?" And then of course they realized it wasn't happening.
Right.
I think that was the producer of the champagne commercial, and he got them together because it was the Avengers.
Yeah.
Well, hang on a minute.
I think I remember that.
Yeah.
He was getting quite old by then, wasn't he?
Well, Patrick was, I think, in his mid-50s.
Oh, right. No, he wasn't.
By the time he got to the New Avengers, but I think he had a bit of arthritis and, of course, didn't move like he did in his 40s. So one of the reasons why it becomes a trio for the New Avengers is to change the dynamic between Patrick and the lady, to have somebody else in there. And the New Avengers again sort of came, and the money went out, as it does, and it only lasted a year and a half before the problems really sort of set in. But all very distinctively different shows, but all part of the same package. Did you recall watching the New Avengers? Were you aware?
I probably didn't. I may have caught it, but it wasn't something that I would sit down and say, yes, I want to watch it. I mean, obviously, I'd watch my episode probably.
Well, that was my next question. Did you like watching yourself?
I do. Yeah. I do. Yeah, I don't. Afterwards, it just not good. A lot of film and television doesn't have anything to do with you. You know what I mean? It depends. It depends on the editing. And if I can't think of anything that I've ever done. Some of my stage performances I would probably go back and try and do again, but television it's not an actor's medium.
No.
Insofar as, nor is film really, is that it's entirely up to the person behind the camera how they present you. If they get your lines right and you're in focus and you don't look uncomfortable and you say it with a certain amount of charisma, then I certainly wouldn't not watch myself.
Yeah. And do you remember liking the episode of the New Avengers? I mean, we're quite happy seeing it again just now.
I loved watching it now. I mean, God, if it was on, I'd watch it. I'd tell my agency, watch this episode of the New Avengers because I'm in it. And
I suppose, do you ever find that being in popular shows like that can have a knock-on effect in work you get, or is it
didn't for me?
Not for you. No.
I mean, I wasn't playing a big enough part for people to say, God, look at that young actor. We must use him. I mean, I didn't disgrace myself, but it wasn't something you'd say, God, he's got stuff. I did my job. I did exactly what I was supposed to do. Went in, at school I'd handled a rifle, so I know how to do that. I liked guinea pigs, even though one bit me, and I knew how to die and be carried off screaming to get shot or whatever it was they did to me.
It's a very fun role as well, isn't it? I mean, it's action. It's got that exciting element to it. And of course, I think it is regarded as one of the better episodes. Well,
good, thank you.
It's a great series of they're all really good episodes, but I think it's in people's top five.
Yes.
The quality of the New Avengers, some people debate it, but for me, it's up there with the original series, and it's because Brian Clemens, of course, wrote the script.
Yeah, clever man.
Of course, he was prolific television writer and great cast. And your director as well had done I think 7 episodes of the original series.
Well, that helps because he knows the style. Often, you know, when a new director comes on, he tries to do something totally different, and the producer will have to say, "Look, what are you doing?" Or an actor will say, "You know, why you ask me to do that? I don't do that. You know, I like my cigarette this way, or I drink scotch. I don't drink gin and tonic. You know, so you have to. Directors have to do their homework as much as actors and everybody else, and sometimes that's when things go wrong because they haven't done their homework.
And I think there's always been, as of any classic series, there's always rumors of somebody bringing it back, but because you had a continuity of cast and crew and etc., it was easier to bring the new Avengers back. How you would do it now, I've got no idea, because if you say to people, what is the Avengers? People always say it's Joanna Lumley and that trio. Some would say it's Ian Hendry. The Avengers don't quite, as a consistent thing, it always changed. So what do you copy? Do you do something different? It's interesting show because it kept reinventing itself.
Yes. Well, I've been watching the two Denzel Washington films. It's not called
Equalizer.
Equalizer.
Yes.
Which is taking, you know, Edward Woodward's thing, putting it on the big screen. They're brilliant.
Yes.
Absolutely brilliant, and they encapsulate in an hour and a half everything that Ted did in the Avengers. In the Equalizer.
And I think it helps that Michael Sloan, the creator of the Equalizer TV series, is involved in the
is he right?
Film as well.
Right.
I did speak to him briefly about something not related to the Equalizer, but yeah, I think having his input must be quite. And of course, to have an actor like Denzel Washington to do it as well.
It's brilliant.
So
and it's very clever. Sorry.
I mean, so are you surprised? So we are here 45 years roughly on since. Are you surprised that I dropped you an email and said?
Yes, totally surprised because I'm not being, but I couldn't remember. You know, in fact, as you see from my description of what I thought happened and what actually happens, is total rubbish. You know, I mean, some of it's true.
It was generally, you know.
It's not that, you know, I'm not wearing a white boiler suit. I'm wearing, you know, a grey thing. I've got a hat and a rifle, and I've gone in to do something. No, I wondered why you chose me, but I was very flattered. All actors are flattered when somebody says, you know, I liked your work in this, and I'd like to interview you. And I'm sorry I've talked for so long.
No, I think one of the joys of I mean, I always enjoy it in my events is where I say to somebody, this is what I want to particularly talk about, and of course we cover that, but it's the journey around it that I find so fascinating to do these things. So, and because I'm such a theatre fan, I've just been lapping up all those that element. So it's been fantastic. I can't let you go though without mentioning with Flash Gordon. I'm sure some people will be quite interested in
right
about that.
Okay, that came about when I was at the National. The fight director was a man. He was an actor director called Bill Hobbs, and I'd worked with him on The White Devil, Rosencrantz and Guildenstern. So he did fight and movement. So if you had something physical to do, then Bill did that. And because I school I was a gymnast, and I carried that on into, if they ever needed gymnastics in rep, I would often be cast as a gymnast. And when I went to the National, Donald said, you know, he's clever. So I did a lot of gymnastics in The White Devil, and I did a lot of gymnastics in jumpers, you know, forward run, things like that. So I got to know Bill quite well. He was cast as the movement director by Mike Hodges and Dino De Laurentiis, who cast it, who was the producer. I don't know who cast it because that was nothing to do with me. Bill had, because on Planet Ming or Planet Mongo, whatever it's called, there are about 9 races. There are giants, midgets, straight hawkmen, tree people, all manner of people, magicians. They need, and there was a huge cast. There were lead actors in all of them. You know, Brian Blessed, Timothy Dalton, and other people in various other bits. What they needed was for people to teach their followers. So if you were a hawkman, you needed to know what Bill wanted, or what Mike Hodges wanted a hawkman to look like, or a tree man, or how a magician would behave, or how the dwarfs interacted. So there were 7 of us and Bill, and we spent 2 weeks in a church hall working out how all these races of planet Ming, whatever it was, would do. And we put them all together, and one morning in this church hall, outside, all the doors opened, huge cars arrived, Dino De Laurentiis walks in, sits down, Mike Hodges walks in, all the flunkies sit down at the back, and Bill says, right, now what we're going to show you, we're going to do each, I will announce, you know, hawkmen, and we went and did hawkmen, and we went back. Tree men came and did our tree men, dwarfs came on and did our dwarfs, magicians came on and did what we were doing for magicians. This went on all the way through to 7 races. And then Bill said, that's it, thank you very much. There was dead silence. There was a bank of absolute blank stares from everybody. So Bill looked at us and we looked at him, and we thought, you know, Christ, we just wasted, there goes the next however many weeks it was. Anyway, they got up and left, got in their cars and drove away. And we then, Bill said, well, I don't know what to do now, go home. So we all went home, and about a day later, I got a call, said they loved it. You're on. So you've got 10 weeks on this film. So you come to Pinewood, and where the sets were, and you teach each person. So some people were only taught hawkmen, and we all taught tree men. Some people, I taught magicians, and hawkmen and tree men. So you took a group of background artists, and you taught them in their wonderful costumes how to do it. And then when they appeared on set, they, you know, if they were hawkmen, they had to do this. Brian Blessed told you to fuck off. I can do it. I don't need you to tell me what to do. Timothy Dalton was the hawkman prince who fell in love with someone. I can't remember what he did. He was very nice. I mean, Brian Blessed is lovely. He's a dear man, but he's a law unto himself. He does, you know, he shouts all the time. Oh, this is rubbish. Can't do it like this. What are you doing? This is now hawks behave. I'm not going to do it. Yes, but all right. Very bad impersonation of Brian Blessed. There was Richard, who wrote the Rocky Horror Show, was in it. Richard O'Brien was in it.
O'Brien, yes.
Got to know him very well. Lovely man. Really lovely. Richard's a really lovely man. Sorry, it sounds so accurate, isn't it? But he is. He's a gentle man. And he
So do you want to say something about Richard, or
yes, well, I was just thinking, I'm trying to think what he played. I think he played a tree man. So he was a prince of the tree men, I think.
I'll quickly just look him up a second. I think to me, growing up in the 90s, he was always, of course, the face of Crystal Maze, and later, of course, the Rocky Horror Picture Show. That was, of course, rather wonderful.
He was such a self-effacing man. In fact, he was writing a new play at the time, another musical, which didn't do very well, mainly because it wasn't the Rocky Horror Show, and people expected it to be, and he'd moved on from then. He told me a lovely. Sorry.
Oh, I was just saying, it must be very difficult to, once you've had
He played a character called Fico, So I'm losing my voice ever so slightly. He played a character called Fico, who was a prince or something. And I used to drive him in. And he stopped one day, and the security guard said, just said to Richard, "Who are you?" So Richard said, "I'm playing Fico." And he said, "Don't give me that. Who are you?" So he said, "I'm Richard O'Brien," and then let us in. He told me a very long, which I'll tell very quickly. He became a walking understudy in a show in the West End deliberately, so that he could write the Rocky Horror Show. Because he had a West End office, so he could get there at 9 o'clock when the theatre opened. He could be go to his dressing room, write the Rocky Horror Show. He didn't have to go on because he was walking. So the walking understudy means that you just sit in your dressing room. You have to know the lines and all the moves, and you might get a rehearsal. But if the actor is ill, you go on. You're not on yourself. So your time is your own. Wow. And he did. It's a lovely story because he did that deliberately. That's what I'm going to do, because I don't have to pay the central heating or the electricity. I can write my play, and of course it was a great success. And then when I was in Dundee, they do the Rocky Horror Show, the film, all the time, and the Rocky fans turn up at the cinema in all their costumes, and he'd been invited up to oversee this by the Rocky Horror Foundation, to do their group to just MC it, to introduce it. And I was in the company at the time, and so we re-met again, and he asked me to be the master of ceremonies. So I introduced it, and then so we went out and had a meal together, and then he went home again. But I haven't seen him since.
So when you say you were in the company,
I was doing travesties and the importance of being earnest in Dundee.
Oh yes, so you were around when?
Yes, and he just arrived, and he came for a drink in the theatre and said, "Oh, Lionel, how are you?" So and then he told me what was there, and I said, "Oh, well," he said, "I need somebody to introduce me." I said, "I'll do that." So I got dressed up in my dinner jacket, which I wore as in the importance of being earnest, and introduced him.
Oh,
that didn't go down too well in Dundee. I was heckled. Get on with it.
I suppose they were looking to see.
They were looking forward to seeing Richard in the film. Yes.
Yeah. I think that's a good question about the differences in audiences when an English audience, how they react to plays, and sort of there's more of perhaps a politeness, especially if something's not good. People will still clap and things, whereas Americans, etc., might sort of or walk out. Have you kind of played in different countries? And
I haven't. No, I've only ever played this country. I always think people who go to the theatre are quite polite, and they always in this country applaud, even though they don't like it. It may not be the thunderous applause that you want, but they normally, afterwards, they will come and tell you what they think. I remember doing Privates on Parade at Leatherhead, and a man came up to me in the bar. He said, "I've just been to see this dreadful play." He said, "I was in the army for 15 years, and nobody in my knowledge ever used filthy language like that. Absolute, which is absolute rubbish." He was either in a different army, because Privates on Parade encapsulates the vulgar language that privates and officers use in times of stress. Every word is the F word or the C word. And Peter Nichols got away with it because people understood. It wasn't done in any way threateningly. It was done because it was part of their vocabulary. Every word for, I played Len Bonney, who's a Birmingham man, and he swore every word was F or C. Not because it was just because he didn't have any other adjectives.
That reminds me when I saw a play called Barking in Essex, and that was Eddie Hawes and Lee Evans and Sheila Hancock as well, and that had an awful lot of swearing in it. And but as you say, because it was basically part of the vocabulary of the character. but of course you get tremendous laughs
Yeah.
out of it if you and of course the writer could milk it, and that's the only kind of play I can think where there was profanity and if
God,
the script.
if you said, if you the Lord Chamberlain, if you had bloody in the script, you had to get the Lord Chamberlain's permission to use that, and you certainly could never use the F word or the C word. I'm just putting that just in case people are watching. But that was and in fact there was a lot of swearing in Christmas, but because that was the nature of their language. They were an East End pub, working class people. My character was brought up, he learnt his English in the East End, and they swore all the time. And people didn't, and the audiences didn't find that offensive. I think there are ways of making it offensive. I think if it's gratuitous, then you have to be careful.
Yeah, I think it's in life, isn't it? I mean, you walk past people on the street and they use the F word 4 times in that 10 seconds.
Yeah.
And it always grates me a little bit, just like when people say and they've got certain words they repeat, that they're, instead of taking a pause, they have to fill it with something. But if people use the F word or the C word in context, I've got no problem with that.
No, absolutely.
Because like any word, it's there to be used, in an appropriate point. So I'm not sort of shy from that point of view. Last question before I let you go, Lionel. Do you have a favourite? I know this might be difficult to answer, but do you have a favourite character you played or a favourite production you've had in your career?
I have 2. When I was at Salisbury, it was a very, very exciting time at Salisbury because they had a studio theatre, they had the main house, we had a touring theatre, which often started from the studio. There was a youth group, and they did late night shows. Not all the time, an actor may say, listen, I would love to do this as a late night show, and Roger Clissold and Reggie would say, okay, there's no, I can't, we can keep it open for you, there's not much budget, but and so you do it once, maybe 2 or 3 times, 3 times if you would, twice if you were lucky. And in the company at the time, there was a really wonderful actor director called Knight Mantell, who sadly is dead. He was a man of the theatre, an intellectual, a good actor, slightly mannered. He wasn't everybody's cup of tea, but he knew more about theatre than most people will ever learn in their lives. And he imparted that knowledge whenever he was asked. He never put it on people. Anyway, he directed me and another actor who's sadly dead called Alex Johnson in Zoo Story, which is an Edward Albee play, which is just 2 characters set in Central Park, and I played Jerry, who is the young man who eventually causes the other character, the older man, to stab him. Again, I just had an affinity. It was very well directed. Alex and I had known each other for a while, got on very well, very good script. It was only for a short run, and people came up afterwards and praised me for it. So that's one. And the second one, the one that I'm most proud of, that people, and I'm being a bit boastful here, still remember who came to see it, neighbours of ours who came to see it, was Seppi in Christmas at the White Bear. There was something about the character, there was something about me and the production and the venue that just came together. And I'm convinced it was because I knew the lines, because I had a flying start on the others. So that when I got onto the stage to do it, it was I'd already been through the process of rehearsal without a book, which is what playing is. Because the first night is really, when you're off the book, it's rather like a rehearsal in front of an audience, because you don't know how things are going to go, but I knew how things were going to go. So I had the confidence to do what I wanted. I kept to the moves, and but I developed what Michael had given me. He was a very, very hands-off, clever director, because he let you get on with it. He would occasionally say, hang on. I had one, there's a long speech that when he's talking about his wife and who's dead, and he bursts into tears, and he's talking about his brother who wants him to go back to Italy and leave the memory of his wife. And I would, during those about 5 lines, cry. I would cry, but keep it in. And Michael every time said, don't cry, don't cry. And I couldn't not cry, because it was an actor. I realize now it was me being a bit self-indulgent. And looking back on it, because I read it the other day, I just read that speech the other day. It would have been better if I hadn't. I could have found another way of expressing tears. But I loved the play. And I loved doing it. And it was interesting. I'm because of the way I was brought up as an actor, I prepare in a very different way. The younger actors would get into the venue a half an hour before and do voice exercises and do warm-ups and everything like that. I would arrive at the half. I would sit down on my thing and I would read a book. And then I wasn't on in the first act, the first big scene, about half an hour, 35 minutes. So I would sit there reading my book, which they couldn't understand. And then at a certain line, I would get up, I would put my clothes on, I would go put my coat on, put my hat on, put my dress, look in the mirror, walk there's no entrance. You go through, it's a funny little dressing room. They've done it up now, but it was a dressing room. You went through a door and then you were really onto the stage, because it was sort of an open stage. So I would wait at that door, open what was then made up as the pub door, and enter. And I'm not being, that is my way of doing it. Anthony Hopkins is like that. Hopkins will be having the most incredible conversation with you, pretending to be other people, Humphrey Bogart, Richard Burton, and suddenly his cue comes and he walks on and he's not, he throws that off and he's that. There are other actors who need what the younger actors do and what other people do, which is that I don't need that. I've done and I'm not being arrogant, I've done my and in fact, perhaps if I did that, I might be a better actor. But I'm very happy in my skin doing it that way. If there's what, sorry, there's one part that I am immensely proud, and that I'm getting a bit emotional now. My wife and my son and people in the agency and people I meet in the street there are lots of actors who live in our street, will often say, do you know, I'm sorry, this sounds very, I'm not being, I remember you in Christmas at the White Bear. Thank you. And thank you, Michael, the rest of the cast, and Simon Stevens, for a brilliant play and 2.5, 3 weeks of pure joy. And thank you forever for pushing me to be an actor, and thank you for letting me talk for as long as I had. I hope I haven't gone on too long. It's all about me, and I'm sorry.
Oh no! It's been very, very enjoyable. I've enjoyed all our different sort of avenues and tangents, and as I say, it's great that people, people stop you in the street and say, well, I really enjoyed this performance, because I think as actors, I think you can be surprised sometimes how much of an effect you can have on somebody.
Oh, absolutely.
Performance and
yes.
I mean, are there people that you have seen that have changed you, or
say that again, sorry?
Are there actors that you've seen even on stage, one film, that have profoundly influenced you or been very important to you?
I don't think, I mean, I think that I admire so many actors. I admire those like Tony Hopkins who keep it in. I admire a dear friend of mine called Frank Barry, who is slightly more flamboyant. Knight Mantell I admired for his intellect and his performance. John Moffat for his calmness and his stillness on stage. That's a great quality.
Yeah.
And I think subconsciously you take that on board. You don't, you know. In fact, I think it was Sir Laurence said to Tony Hopkins when he was standing in the wings one day, "I'm glad you're watching this because I want you to steal." Which, you know, in the terms of looking at other actors and saying, God, that's good. I can do that. And that's what makes you do. I don't think consciously I've ever seen somebody do something. I've seen people do things that I would never do.
Yeah.
I've seen people at curtain calls go like that and then go down, and you think, no, what are you doing? You know, I've been on stage with them saying, what are you doing? But I think we are sponges. Yeah. You know, I watch people all the time, subconsciously. I don't, you know, I watch women, I watch men, just to see how they work, how they walk. And why does somebody with a limp do that? How do you do a limp? I had to play Goebbels in a play written by Gerald Moon. And Goebbels had a limp. I think he had polio as a young child. And I remember a story about Michael Luntz, who was not Michael Luntz, he was an American method actor, and he was in the dressing room, and he had to play somebody with him. And he put he decided to put a stone in his shoe, which is what I did. And when somebody came in, he said, I got to play this limp. Do you think 2 stones is going over the top? So I just used 1 stone to limp. So you do steal. You know, I mean, if I hadn't heard that story, I wouldn't know how you limp. You know, a good way to limp is if you're uncomfortable, you have to limp.
That's the other thing. You could have an actor's box with the glasses. You could have a little stone for limps. And
yes.
Any message you want to say to the fans that are watching the Avengers?
Yes, thank you for being that dedicated to. They were groundbreaking shows. You know, the original Avengers broke ground. When Patrick and Diana were in it, that broke ground because it changed the medium. And then they tried again, and what it showed was that, you know, that it didn't work, and they had the courage to stop it. And I thank you for being the fans of this show, because I would never have met Philip. I would never have done this. And although, to be honest, I've just put my life in order. All the programs that I've got and all my photographs that I've got, I haven't got that many. I've got enough. And all my plays I wrote out a long time ago, put my life in order like that. And there is, doing this has brought back so many memories. And there's so much, I don't mean this rudely because I feel it, so not again, but there's so much more that I was thinking about and other people that I've worked for, you know, stories. And in fact, actors tell stories because that's how they live. You know, do you remember when you worked with so oh God, yes, wasn't he a bastard? He wasn't a bastard to me. He was an absolute lovey. Oh, was he? Well, don't you remember? Oh God, yes. Oh yes. You know, so and it's brought back so many memories, and you prompting me. And I remember thinking of Clive Swift, a face that I remembered, who went into either was it the Harrison Bouquet, the thing?
Yes, he played Richard. Yes,
good. He was brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Because he's a good, you know. Because also he didn't have ideas. I don't mean this rudely. Ideas about his station. He didn't want to play leads. He wanted to play good supporting roles, because that's what you get noticed for. There are more good supporting roles than there are leads.
Would you describe yourself as a character actor or sort of support? How would you kind of?
I'll finish with just one quick story. I went to see a wonderful, wonderful casting director very early on when I came back from either Barrow or Salisbury. She was a very, very powerful casting director at ATV. It was Margaret something. It may be Margaret Crawford, I can't remember. Anyway, my agent got me a interview with her, and I went and I interviewed. I was there for about excuse me, at least 20 minutes. We were talking about what I'd done and what I wanted to do, and she said, "Well, Lionel, it's been really, really nice meeting you." She said, "My problem, Lionel, is that what I'm looking for is another Cary Grant. I'm not looking for another short, lean-faced character juvenile. But very good luck." And I realized that was my place, because when I was in rep, you played leads. You became, because they were short of people, you know, you had a company of about 6 to 7. You played everything. You played leads, characters, whatever. And I'd always come down thinking, I'm a leading man. And it was she who actually opened the door. And I thought, well, I'm a good character actor. And it's been a blessing to me to have done. I hope you do, Mike. I have no idea what Philip, you do what you want to do, but I am blessed with doing and have done, and I'm still hoping to do more. But who knows? But I've had the most brilliant life, professionally and personally.
Yeah, I think that's all we can all hope for, isn't it? So to have a blessed life, you know, is a wonderful thing, and I think a wonderful place for us to end on. That's
well, first, before I do, I would like to thank you for putting this together and for getting me and other Avengers actors together and showing the many fans that you say are out there how it works as an actor and how it works in the business. And if I've opened some doors for you, then it's been my pleasure. And I would like to thank you, Philip, so much for getting in contact with me. I was quite unsure how this was going to go, but thank you for being a really brilliant host.
Oh, well, that's very kind. Thank you, Lionel, for being such a brilliant guest as well.
I mean, okay, just sorry, I said I'd say goodbye, but the interesting thing is that I come from a generation that doesn't exist anymore. You know, a friend of mine wrote a book on weekly rep actors. Kate Dunn, I think her name was, and sadly she never came to see me because I'd done quite a lot of weekly rep. But me and Val go back to 1961, and I know there are other actors, but there aren't that many of us now who are still working who can remember the weekly rep and the joys of going from job to job. So if you'd like to do it again, I could do it as a record of what the business was and how it's developed.
Oh, that would be fantastic. That would be really, really good.
Well, let's get this one in the can, and then email me, Philip, and I'll come back to you.
I will indeed. That'd be lovely. I look forward to that.
Thanks so much. I can say goodbye now.
Thank you. Take care.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hi. Morning.
Good morning. How are you, sir?
Pardon?
How are you?
All right, and you?
Yeah, good. Yeah. You had a nice week?
Fairly nice, yes. Sorry, my wife and I just become grandparents, or nearly a year ago, and we go over we now do what all grandparents do, which is look after babies so that my son and his wife can go off and work. And I was coming home, we came home on the train, and between the carriages, you press a little button and the doors open and then they close again. And I was following my wife very quickly. And so she pressed the button, and as I went through, the door closed and it ripped a great hole in my arm. Ooh. So apart from that, I'm fine, Philip. Right.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Where do you want to start?
Well, yes. So I reviewed our previous chat and just had some sort of wrap-up questions because I know the main theme of of the talk was, of course, how theatre has evolved during
Yes.
your time. So we'll get onto that as soon as possible. I just wanted to start by one of the names we did mention briefly last time was Windsor Davies. I don't know if you had any
Yes.
specific memories of Windsor.
Well, I did. I did Adolf Hitler, my part in his downfall, and he was the regimental sergeant major, and he was wonderful. There were 6 leads. Jim Norton. I'm trying to think who the others were. Anyway, there were 6 main squaddies, and then there was the other 6 were squaddies like me, who didn't have a lot of lines, but we were an integral part of the story, because you couldn't have a squad of 6, you had to have a squad of 12. And he was wonderful. He was supportive, funny, a lovely, lovely man. It was a very good film, actually. It was a very nice to make. Jim Dale was in it. Windsor Davies, Arthur Lowe, reprising really his role in Dad's army as the commanding officer. And I'd worked with Arthur at the National. He was a very nice man, but not easy to get to know. He was a slightly hidden northerner. He didn't open up much. But Windsor was lovely, and I often, for some reason, we met on a number of occasions on Waterloo Station. So he was going, we either got on the same train or he was going one way, and we went the other. We had one of those actors' conversations which last about just enough, 30 seconds, and then you move on, because although we worked together, we weren't friends. And I made that mistake once with John Lloyd. I did a commercial for Red Rock Cider for John. And it was a very wonderful, wacky commercial with, I can't think, oh God, the guy who did the detective series, the joke detective series. He was a tall American with silver hair. His name will come to me in a minute.
Oh, Leslie Nielsen?
Yeah, Leslie Nielsen. And so I did this commercial. It was very successful. And we went to Los Angeles to see a play that my wife had written in the Valley. And on the way back in the airport, I met John at the airport. And so we were in the same queue, and he said, "Oh, hello, how are you, Lionel?" And we had a long chat about what he was doing, what I was doing. And then at the end of it, he said, "If you want, I'm in first class, come and have a drink with me." So I thought, haha. Anyway, so halfway across the Atlantic, I said to Lisa, I'm going to go and have a drink with John now. Anyway, I went up to the first class saloon, and he was sitting there with Alan Parker on one side. And we started having a conversation. And Alan Parker immediately pretended to go to sleep. And I realized that I was having exactly the same conversation with John Lloyd that I'd had in the waiting room before we got on the plane. So I managed to get out of that after about 10 minutes, realizing that I made a terrible faux pas. So it was one of those, I worked with, I didn't actually work with her. I remember Harry Seacombe said that he was on holiday once, and he was in a hotel, and there was various people in it, and he got quite friendly in the hotel, as one does in holidays, with a man. And at the end of the holiday, Harry Seacombe said, "If we're not passing wherever it was he lived, you'll do drop in for a cup of tea." Anyway, one day, about 6 months later, there was the ring on the doorbell, and there was this chap on the doorbell who said, "Hello, Harry. You said drop in for a cup of tea, but I brought the wife and kids to introduce them to you as well." So he had to go through with it. He couldn't say, "Bugger off, I didn't mean it." It was just one of those things. So you have to be very careful what you do.
Yeah.
Sorry, long stories. There you are. Sorry, I'll stop now.
No, that's a brilliant story. That's very good. You worked with Maggie Smith in a play. I think it was Home and Beauty.
I did.
And then, of course, you would have probably met her again on Downton Abbey.
I did. Yes.
What do your memories of Maggie then and Maggie now?
Well, obviously, when she did Downton, she was much older and much frailer. But she was one of the people that the people who put the money in when she was in it. Even though she didn't have very much to do, everybody loved what Maggie did, because she was, her undercutting lines, her caustic remarks were part of the the underlying story of Downton and the hierarchy of an aristocratic family. When I was at the National with her, she was a member of the company. She was. Did she do Home and Beauty? I don't know that she did Home and Beauty. Geraldine McEwen did Home and Beauty.
Oh, well, maybe now on my part.
No, that's all I know. But I was in the company with her, and Sir was the last of the actor managers. So he chose people that would be good company members. It was very important that you didn't rock the boat. You didn't have to know your place, because if he liked your work, he would bring you up. You know, people like Louise Purnell, Derek Jacobi, to a certain extent Robert Lang. But he encouraged people, gave them good parts, tested them. He would often give them a part that they weren't necessarily suitable for, to see what they made of it. Tony Hopkins, Ted Hardwicke, Ed Petherbridge, all of whom were members of the company who, because they did well in various parts, Sir encouraged them. And Maggie came obviously with a good reputation, and she was married to Bob Stevens, and they, to a certain extent, were leaders of the whichever company they were in. They were leaders of it. Mm-hmm. She was a charming woman. You never got on the wrong side of Maggie, but then there are a lot of people you don't get on the wrong side of. Hmm. You know, it's much easier to get on well with, and there are ways of not challenging them, but saying, actually, can I do this? You know, or I'm not happy with what we're doing at the moment. Do you mind if I alter? Do you mind if I try something else? Hmm. And most actors will agree to that, because it gives them more scope too. She was in Downton. She was as disciplined and as lovely as ever. Still as waspish as ever, but that's what made Maggie Maggie. You know, she was she's a brilliant actress, and she was a wonderful company member in Downton too.
And was Downton quite a good experience for you? Because I think you did 3 episodes, didn't you?
I did, yes. To be honest, I got the part because one of the producers is a dear friend of ours who I've known since our children grew up. So I've known her for over 37 years. And she came to supper one day. I'd had a very serious operation and was recovering. And Liz said, "How recovered are you?" I said, "Well, I'm getting better." She said, "Because if you're okay, there's a chauffeur who is really a background artist, but he has lines, and background artists aren't allowed to speak. Would you consider it?" I said, "Yes, I'd love to." And I was just about to have a follow-up operation, and I rang the surgeon and said, I've been offered this film part, which would do me the world of good and do my bank balance the world of good. Do you mind if we delay the operation? He said, no, let me know what it is when you come. So I said, thank you very much. And I did the 3 episodes and then had the operation. I had a blocked carotid artery. And so I had to have that. That was fascinating. Sorry, I was just when they do that, you're awake. You obviously have a local anesthetic, and there's a curtain. So you're lying on a bed, and there's a curtain here. So all you can see is your head. Yeah. And then there's an anaesthetist who keeps talking to you, and you chat to the surgeon, and he says, "Could we have some music?" And I said, "Yes." "Can we have Mozart?" He said, "Good God, no! We're going to have Wagner." And he did. He played Wagner very loudly. So and we chatted all the way through. We talked about life and the meaning of it, and being an actor and being a surgeon, and to a certain extent, how surgeons are film stars. You know, and a good surgeon is surrounded by people who support him and love him or hate him, but he's the lead. He takes all. You know, do you do this? Where's the scalpel? No, hang on. And so he was the sort of person that I'd worked with a lot in my life. No, Downton was lovely, and I had a wonderful costume. And for a while, in the early stages, there were some very good photographs that were picked up by two gay Americans. And for about 6 months, I was a gay icon in some. They did all these photographs of Downton. There was me in my chauffeur's outfit, which was beautiful. I had a 1910, the high boots, the jodhpurs, a green jacket, the cap, a lovely sort of high neck, gloves, the lot. And I learnt to drive a £250,000 Renault, which was fun. When I was learning, I had to go down to somewhere near Salisbury. And of course, it had no gear. It had gears, but outside, no power steering. And I almost, when I went into the yard, drove it into a wall. And I fortunately stopped about that far away. And you could see the man who owned it go, "Oh, should we do that again, Lionel?" And I said, yes. And then when Penelope Wilton and Matthew, I can't remember his name, his name wasn't Matthew. The guy who played the first inheritor who went to be off to America, I've forgotten his name. When they came, I had the same car, and there was a new director, excuse me, who halted the shoot and said, when I was doing the first take, and he came over and he said, "Do you think you go faster, Lon?" I said, "Yeah, go as fast as you like." He said, "Well, just put your foot down." So having dawdled, I had to, I then zoomed down at about 25 to 30 miles an hour, which in a car like that was quite a lot of money, with no, with brakes outside and all manner of things. And that was fun. I had great fun driving the car, and a lovely cast too, really lovely.
And it's one of those shows that it's always going to endure and international.
Yes, I mean it went on. It went on for 5 series, 2 films. They're going to make a third.
Yeah.
And that then it will be. Then it's had its life. Often, what happens or can happen with series is that 2 is enough. But the producers and the money say, "Listen, we need how interesting if we could do a third." And by then the writer is burnt out, has moved on to other things. That didn't happen with Julian. Julian always had ideas, and he was, the producers and the executive producers encouraged or said, "No, Julian, that storyline isn't going to work, do it again." And that's why it was so successful. And also because the actors and actresses wanted to do it for 5 series. Not for the money, but just because they were such a loyal group of friends. They people like Hugh and all the others, Jim Carter. I hope my memory's going, but Penelope Wilton have all remained friends. Quite a lot of them live in Chiswick, so they meet up and have coffee and tea. Yeah, I love Downton.
Yes, obviously one of those classic shows.
Yes, and also I get very good repeats. That's the nice thing, because when the videos come out, in the when it's done, I get some quite nice checks, which keep me going.
Oh, good. That's always a nice bonus, isn't it?
Yes.
You did mention Robert Lang.
Yes.
Do you have any memories of Robert?
Robert was another lovely guy. He came from Chichester with Sir. So he wasn't a very well-known person. He was an incredible voiceover artist. He had a voice that at the time in the 68 to 72 and onwards, he was like Martin Jarvis for 5 or 6 years was the voice over King. So was Robert in that period. He was another clever man. I did Home and Beauty. I did H with him. He lived in Pimlico in Westmoreland Terrace with his wife Anne Bell, and I'd always let it be known that I was a painter and decorator, which a lot of actors have 2 or 3 jobs, and that was one of the things I did. and I once decorated their house for them,
Oh,
which is nice.
yeah.
I went to his funeral and asked me to go to his funeral, which was lovely. So I caught up with a lot of people, and he had one of the things they said at his funeral was that he had a huge car, which he drove very slowly and annoyed all. He wouldn't budge. He had this. He drove very slowly like this, and people were hooting, and he'd say, "I understand, but I'm not moving." No, he was a company member.
Mm.
He looked after people.
Yeah.
He wasn't a star. I don't know what the Nationals are like now, but in those days, you were just part of the company, and you had big parts or little parts, but you were all as important.
Mm.
On an opening night, Sir gave you a handwritten good luck note and a bottle of champagne to everybody. And I may have said this before, but when I was at the National, it's all funny enough. I went back there to see the musical of Groundhog Day. So it's all changed. I didn't go backstage, but the auditorium is returned to the Victorian one. But in those days, there was a lovely restaurant in the basement, a canteen for the members of the company, and Sir would come on a regular basis and have supper with you, whether he would come from Aquinas Street, because he wanted to sit with his company and get to know them. And he would always have a company stage manager with him. So he would sit down and he would say, "Who's the young man sitting over there in the black chair with glasses with the red curtain behind him? That's Philip, sir. Oh, Philip, dear boy, how are you?" And you thought, "Oh, Sir knows my name." So Bob also was a leader, a company member. And as he got more, the parts got bigger, so he became a leader of a company and a leading man at the National.
Yeah. I mentioned Robert Lang because you have another connection that you both did an episode of The New Avengers. He did one called Last of the Cybernauts.
He did.
And most of his role, as you mentioned, being a voiceover artist, most of it is he's behind a mask.
Yeah.
You see at the beginning without, but then he does have. So of course that's partly why he was cast of his voice. Yes, yeah. I want to ask about Edward Woodward. Do you remember Edward at all?
Yes. Now Edward was another member of the cast who came up, not through the ranks. I mean, he was obviously he'd done theatre, a lot of theatre, and was a well-known in repertory and other things. And he when Albert Finney, they did a French farce, sorry, my mind, which I wasn't in, but was incredibly popular. Oh God, doesn't matter. It was a very popular French farce in which Albert Finney, it was about two, a master and his servant, and or a servant who looked exactly the same, and they got the whole thing was misunderstanding, and there were doors, and it was directed originally by a French farceur who Sir brought over specifically to do it. I can't. You'll need to do the research on it, but it was Albert Finney. I can't remember who played Ted Petherbridge. So when Albert left, Robert took over Albert's part, and Edward played a man with a cleft palate. Right. And so at the beginning of the play, Edward had a silver false palate, so he could speak like you and I. And in the course of one of the farcical scenes, somebody either pats him on the back or he bumps into something, and his silver cleft palate drops out. So he has to speak like that for the rest of the show, and he can't speak properly. So that's how he speaks all the way through. And people, so instead of speaking so that everybody can understand him, he now saying, "I don't know what's going on. Do you know what's going on?" And it was the part that it was a scene stealer.
Yeah.
If only I could remember the name. I'm sorry, Philip, you're going to have to do this.
I've just done a quick Google. It wasn't a flea in her ear, was it?
Flea in her ear. Thank you, my dear. And there were people like Louise Purnell and Edward. So Sir came to see it, thought it was absolutely wonderful. And when they recast Rosencrantz and Guildenstern Are Dead, it had been Edward Petherbridge and John Stride who had made that production. And also, I mean, it was a very, very good play. And I'm not speaking out of turn, but when it was originally directed, it wasn't that well directed. And it was saved by Claude Chagrin, who did the movement, and the performances of Graham Crowden, John Stride and Edward Petherbridge. So to a certain extent, Edward and John also sort of semi-directed it, and Graham certainly directed the players' scenes, and Claude Chagrin directed all the movement. And that was what made it, you know, those wonderful scenes of the court rushing in and then rushing out again. The players doing the mime when Hamlet poisons Claudius, and Edward took over. And so in the recasting, when they did that, Edward took over John Stride's part, and I and James Hayes, Barry Evans, Ben Whitrow, I think, had already been in it as a player, and also then Paul Curran took over from Graham Crowden. And so there was a whole new life given to it, and it was different, but just as good. And it still played to packed houses, and it was one of the shows. It was just people came to it made money for the National, which is what it needed. It needed box office successes. It could stomach the odd, not failure, but the odd box office. Not many people came to see it, but you couldn't go on doing that because people would talk. You know, why is the National Theatre putting on these plays that nobody wants to come and see and losing money?
Yes. And
he was a really lovely man, a company man. That's the thing about people like Ted Petherbridge, Robert, and I worked with Robert. Sorry, I'm going off ski, but and then Edward left, went into Sherlock, various other things, but went into Sherlock Holmes. We were playing Watson opposite Jeremy Brett, both of whom were at the National. Jeremy Brett was at the National. It produced an amazing amount of lead men who knew their craft. And I'm not being, you know, uppity or snooty about craft. Acting is a craft. You know, it's a skill. And then I worked with Robert again, and Jonathan Miller did. I worked with Jonathan on. I took over Sir Lawrence's servant in The Merchant of Venice, and then Jonathan cast me in Danton's Death. I played one of the revolutionaries who prosecuted Danton. And then Jonathan asked me to go. He did 3 plays at Greenwich. He did The Seagull, Hamlet. I can't for the life of me remember the third one. But I did. I played Marcellus and Fortinbras in Hamlet, and one of the servants in The Seagull. Oh, I think they did Ghosts, because there were just 5 people in it. So there was Anthony Smith. Again, I can't remember their names. I think Maureen. It doesn't matter. Maureen O'Hara.
All right, yeah.
Irene Worth, Nicola Paget, and the guy who played Hamlet, Peter. Can't remember his name too, but so that was the 5 who were the core. They were in all 3 plays, and they did The Seagull together.
Yes.
Peter Eyre, I think his name was, played Constantine.
Yes.
Okay.
You mentioned Nicola Paget
Nicola
again.
Paget,
That's a name
yes.
that a lot of cult TV people will
Yeah.
know. Do you anything you want to share about Nicola at all?
Just she nice. She was very good at her job. Very nice. I didn't work with her very much because I really played nothing. I think she did play Ophelia, but I never really met her. I didn't, she was just, if you're not in a scene together, you don't really get to know, they're a member of the company and you meet, occasionally or for notes and things like that. But again, very good actress. I don't know whether she's still working.
I've got to just double check. She died 2021. She was 75.
Oh my goodness. Yes, we're all coming. I'm afraid I'm coming to the age now, Philip, where I just had a lovely text from a lady called Pat Noble. Not Pat Noble, Pat Lister, about an actor called Bob Lister, who I worked a lot with. I worked with him at the RSC, and I did a tour, an amazing tour called School History Scene, which I did for 12 years, playing Hitler, Stalin, and Mussolini. Directed by the most wonderful man called oh golly, my mind. It'll come to me. And so very sad. Very a kind, nice man. But every time now, the first thing I do is I look at the obituary column when the stage when the Equity send you their magazine. I don't go first there, but I always go through saying, "Oh no, Michael Beavis died." Friend of mine, Desmond McNamara, who I was at the National with in Jumpers. Anyway, morbid. Josh Bruman, that's who runs School History Scene, still going. I played to 500,000 school children.
Oh, lovely. Yeah.
None of whom have ever gone into the business and employed me.
And if you're playing for a lot of kids, are they a more unforgiving audience in a way compared to adults? You have to be a bit more.
Not really. In fact, they're there because what it was Josh wrote and taught history. He wrote books, and he was asked to do a video about the trial of Hitler. So somebody had written this play about the trial of Hitler, and they did it as a video in front of an audience, which they did it, I think, in front of about 1,500 people in a huge venue, and it didn't work because there were too many kids. Very difficult to control 1,500 different schools. And when at the end of it, Josh said, "What are you going to do with this?" And they said, "Oh, we can't stand it." So Josh said, "Well, can I have it?" He said, "Take it." So Josh took it, and he wrote a play, an hour's play with a workshop at the beginning. And there were two actors, an actor called James Mason, I think his name's James Mason, not the James Mason, and his wife was called, can't remember his wife's name, and they directed and cast it. And I'd worked with an actress called Julia Chambers at Salisbury, and the wife was a great friend of theirs, and she said, "I'm looking for a good jobbing actor who could do Hitler and various other parts." And Julia said, "Oh, well, I live just down the road from Lionel." So she rang me, and I went and did the first one. Then that was very successful. So Josh expanded it. And what happened at the end of it, so Hitler is put on trial, and there are witnesses come, witnesses go. And at the end of it, the audience, who are all school children, vote as to whether he's guilty or not. And whatever the outcome, Hitler is shot by a man. One of the actors, Hugh Hayes, runs onto the stage and shoots him. And the audience goes, "Hooray!" So if they voted guilty or not guilty, they got what they wanted. And I did that for 12 years. I loved it.
Did they ever vote not guilty?
Once, I think.
Once.
I bribed them with sweeties.
How do you approach sort of playing people like that? I mean, particularly people that actual people from history.
You do research, a little bit of research. I watched a couple of films, so I got the accent, and I it was just really a costume too. Josh spent a great deal of time and money on costumes, so my Stalin wore that sort of jacket that he wore, hat and a big moustache. Mussolini had his all of that. And Hitler, for the first couple of performances, I played him quite manic. And then somebody said to me, don't, if you're going to go mad once, don't go mad twice. Well, not mad, but I used to rant, those speeches where you're going, so I did that a couple of times. And then I only did that once when somebody really, really upset me. And then I calmed down and said, I'm so sorry. And I had a handkerchief and a briefcase. So it changed all the time. Josh continually rewrote it in order to improve it. I think from feedback too, people would say, we saw it last year and it was good, but could you not do this? And so he listened, and he's still going. And then we did a play about doctors, because history now taught in schools is absolute rubbish. It's the Second World War, medicine, and I think they're now doing, when I was at school in the 40s and 50s, you learned I amaze my son and various people who live in Brentford who get lost or say, could you tell me where this is? Only because I've always been interested in history. I can tell them, like the butts in Brentford is where the medieval people practiced their archery. It's one of the few, there's only 3 butts left in Great Britain. And in medieval times, certainly in Henry VIII's times, there was one in every town. After church, you came out of church, you went to the butts and you drew your longbow and you shot for half an hour. Anyway.
I trained to be a history teacher at secondary level, and I quite agree with you that it's just history of medicine.
Yeah, they don't know. They don't know why we have the Constitution and the royal family. Why the royal family, whatever you think about it, is quite important as a head of state. At least I think it is. I'd rather have him than Corbyn, Johnson, or Trump. You know what I mean? You could end up with a president. Anyway,
it could always be a lot worse, couldn't it?
Yeah.
Geraldine McCune. I want to know if you any memories of Geraldine at all.
She was lovely. She came with a reputation because she'd just done The Prime of Miss Jean Brodie and various other things. She was also one of the actors and actresses that Sir took from Chichester. I think, in fact, I do. Yes, she was in A Flea in Her Ear. She, I think, was the original woman in A Flea in Her Ear. And then I did Home and Beauty with her, which had Robert Lang, Robert Stevens, Arthur Lowe, and Sir took over from Arthur Lowe. Arthur Lowe played a solicitor, and Sir played him entirely differently. He was much more flamboyant. There was no side to any of them. Do you know what I mean? They never pulled rank. I think the only actor who never quite understood, who came, and I'm not, he was a film, was Christopher Plummer. He did 3 plays. And I'm not saying he wasn't supportive. It's just that he never quite understood what being a company member was. I think he always felt, because of his reputation, and in Danton's death didn't get very good notices, and I think that hurt him. Right. As it does hurt everybody. Everybody wants to get, which is why some people never read notices. Other people read them all. I had a friend called Knight Mantell who kept every notice, every program, and every photograph, of every play he'd ever been in. And he had a stack, when he died, he had a stack of those great big notebooks you can get. They're the size of a small desk, really. So everything he did was a good, bad, or indifferent. And in many ways, I wish I'd done that. But when you're in weekly rep or fortnightly rep, to be honest, it's far from your thoughts, and you just don't have time. If you're doing the play every week. In fact, I think you'd probably have to buy your program later on in rep, and they'll give you a program. Right. But in those days, they probably said, if you want a program, you have to go and buy it. And as I was on £3 a week, I couldn't afford it. I was on £2 a week when I first started.
I suppose they're not expensive as they are now, but
no.
Still, yeah. So when Christopher Plummer was doing the plays, what sort of time was that? Sort of 70s, 80s, or?
Yeah, so that was in the 76. That would be 69, 70, 71. That period. Yeah. And we went to the Cambridge. So we took Danton's Death to the Cambridge, and that was when the National toured a lot, and also put as many plays as it could out into the West End, because it made them money. And it gave so that they could run a repertoire of 3 or 4 plays in the West End and at the National. So that was Sir's idea, and that worked. And also the touring was very important, because Sir knew that it was the National Theatre of Great Britain. It wasn't the National Theatre in the Waterloo Road, the Cut, at the Old Vic. It was the National Theatre of Great Britain at the Old Vic. So I always say I was at the National Theatre at the Old Vic, because I didn't go to the South Bank. When Peter Hall took over, there was a clear out of people like me, which was good for me, because I'd been there for 4 years, and I'd probably, if they'd have asked me, I'd have stayed. But I think they made it very clear. I auditioned for Richard III, not Richard II, can't remember who directed it. But it was made very clear at the end of it that I hadn't got the part and that I should go. And there was a lovely company manager called Michael Halifax, who was very tall, he had a difficult job, because he was the one who probably had to say to people, he was the one who gave you your notice. And I think he made it very clear to me that I wasn't coming back in the nicest possible way. Which in fact did me the world of good. I went out and I did Adolf Hitler, my part in his downfall. I went back to rep. I worked solidly in rep for about 6 years. I'm what you would call a jobbing actor, which there aren't anymore. We were talking about how the business has changed, and being in a cooperative agency, because I don't know whether but in a co-op, it's a group of however many actors you can get together who fit, who run the agency. So they are agents and they are actors. When you're in the office, it's very important that you're an agent. So you're taught how to be an agent. And when I first started, you were certainly, it was almost de rigueur not to put yourself up for things. Nowadays, you do, because the turnaround is so quick. You get a breakdown in the morning, and sometimes they say, listen, we'll be self-taping for this tomorrow afternoon. So you can't think. You have to go bang, 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 put people up if they're right for it, and then get on with it. So I have in fact, I've been an agent longer than I've been an actor for over 62 years now, and I've been an agent for 34 years. Right. So I've been an actor for 30, anyway. So it's all changed. It's absolute how young actors manage. In fact, a lot of them don't. During COVID, we lost 6, 7 young people who just said, I can't do this anymore. I've got a job working. We had a lovely French actor who managed the Everyman Theatre, film theatre in Hampstead. He said, I can't do that anymore, because I've got to earn a living. But they do. That's the extraordinary thing. And with a co-op, you actually, what's good about being in a co-op is you can run your own career. You know, if we make not allowances, we allow people to have sabbaticals to go off and do other things. We give people maternity and paternity leave. We give people leave if they, you know, if somebody dies. I've forgotten what that's called. So if somebody says, listen, I've got to spend a month working because I've got no money, fine. As long as you try and put the days in, either, you know, when you come back. And we guide people. You know, my friend Val Minifie, who was in Men Behaving Badly for all runs, she played Anthea, brilliant comedian. And she was an agent too with Barry Brown. She and I have, she's been an actress for as long as I, she's slightly older than me, but because we've been around for so long, if well, obviously other people do know how to do things, but if there is a big problem, they'll come to Val and I and say, what on earth do we do here? So Val and I will say, well, this is what you do. She is a brilliant negotiator. You know, if it says, I'm terribly sorry, you can have Lionel, but it's only £450 flat fee, Val will say, no, go back and think again, my dear, and I'll give you a call in 10 minutes. So it's Val here. Have you made? Yes, we can do it for 500. Yes, he'll accept 500. Thank you very much.
Well, she sounds very handy. Yeah, she's
wonderful.
Yeah. So we were saying about how life in the theatre has changed since you began your career, and I think one of the main things was the touring aspect of theatre doesn't really happen anymore because the whole the setup is very different. What are some of the other key changes that you've witnessed?
The biggest change is the lack of funding to the Arts Council, which I can't understand it, because the entertainment industry brings so much money into this country. You know, when I remember, I just sidetrack. Ginny Schiller ran. She taught me at Central, and then she ran the Guildhall School of Music and Drama. And I happened to be there, and I met her in the restaurant when I was at the RSC, and we talked. And she said, "Do you know that the entertainment industry as a whole, that's films, television, theatre, the music industry, is the second biggest earner after the car industry." And this is when the car industry was doing quite well. So it's madness that there are no reps, very few repertories. Where do you live, Philip?
Down Exeter.
Well, Exeter still has, you know, the Northcote is still going, partly because it's a university theatre. So therefore, I think the university still may fund it, and it did get money from the Arts Council to run. I did 2 very good shows down there for Richard Digby Day. But, you know, when I left, before I went to Central, in every seaside town, there was a summer rep, a weekly rep for 9 weeks. So probably with a midweek changeover. So you would start rehearsing, you would change over on Thursday so people could see 2 plays, or you might have a Wednesday. So if it opened on a Wednesday, it would run till the next Wednesday, and then you could see 2 plays. If you came on a Saturday, you see that, and then you could see the other one. When I left, there were still many weekly summer theatres, and there was a rep in every town. You know, when I think of the reps that have gone, Oldham, Manchester had 3 theatres, Bristol had 3 theatres. The only ones that are left are the ones that the councils think are worth keeping because they get money from them, and where the community cares, even though they lost Oldham. You know, I think Oldham was actually probably a theatre that needed to be refurbished, and they couldn't afford it, so it's probably cheaper to go. I don't know a lot about Oldham, but that's the main thing. So the training has gone. When I went in, am I talking too much?
No, not at all.
When I left Central, I went to Sheringham to do weekly rep. I then I went home. I think I must have packed. Went to Barrow-in-Furness. No, I went to Manchester from about the end of July till the end of next March. Then I went to Barrow-in-Furness from March until June or July of the next year, and I never went home. So, and then I came back and I did a television, I did the East Wind for ITV, and then my career, then I had a period that all actors went through of having no work. Then I did the odd play, and then I went to the National. And that was, young actors today don't have the shop window or the training.
Yeah.
They have the training, but they don't know what to do with it. So that what kills young actors is rejection. You know, the young actors say to us sometimes, I don't know what's going on anymore. I go up for all these things. I do self-tapes. I do brilliant self-tapes, and I never get a job. What is going on? And you have to say to them, okay, you're a very clever, talented actor. That has nothing to do with it. What will keep you going is luck and perseverance. If you can hang in there when all your, because they say, you know, half my friends have given up. I remember there was a documentary about the Drama Centre London, which was a revolutionary drama school. Shall I tell you about that very quickly?
Yeah, please do.
Okay, when I was at Central, it was run by the head of drama was a man called John Blatchley. He employed a man called Yat Malgrim and Christopher Fettes, and who taught movement, and Harold Lang, Nicky Amer, and Greville Hallam taught acting. They were revolutionary people in their sphere. Yat Malgrim taught Laban. Harold Lang had a touring theatre that was revolutionary, went all over the world, doing Macbeth in camera, it was called. So they analysed bits of Macbeth, showed you what you could do and what you couldn't do. And at the end of year 2, working for Yat and Christopher was not easy. They were very, if you didn't understand the process, which I didn't for 2 years, you were a bit lost. And there was the head of Central, Gwyneth Thorburn and Vera Sargent, talked to other members of the staff, and they said, actually, we think that is not the training is not doing them very much good for them to go into the theatre. So they asked Yat and Christopher to leave. John Blatchley said, listen, they're the mainstay of my, this is after 2 years, mainstay of my training. I'm resigning. So Christopher and Yat went, John Blatchley went, and Howard Lang and all that. So we were left with no staff. 4 Americans, Gordon Taylor, Carol Mayo Jenkins, who went on to star in a very successful American series, Siobhan O'Casey, and another American, said, we want to carry on with the training. And because they were self-funding, Gordon had come all the way from America, as had, I can't remember the name of the other girl, and certainly Carol, they said, we want to carry on. So they went to Yat and Fettes and said, if we can get somewhere to teach and 2 years, will you carry on? They said yes, but we will have nothing to do with it. Now, there are people around who say no, they instigated that, but they didn't. I know Gordon Taylor very well, and I was there. That was not true. They said, no, we've got other things to do. You know, actually running a drama school is a bit of a pain in the arse, but if that's what you want to do. So Gordon went round, canvassed both years, got the majority of both years to say yes. I said no, I didn't want to go, stayed at Central, and that's how the London Drama Centre was formed. Very revolutionary. They produced wonderful actors, Tony Hopkins, the guy who did Bond,
Timothy Dalton?
No, the other one, Pierce Brosnan. Pierce Brosnan. You know, Francis de la Tour, Christopher Bond, brilliant people. but it's tricky. And if you didn't like it, it was very tough. They made it very clear that you would leave. Anyway, they did this drama series about it, and they followed the final graduates. At the end of it, at least 3/4 of the graduates had given up because they couldn't get work. Not because they were bad actors, just because there wasn't work for them. And if there's no work, and this is, you know, say 5, 10, 15 years ago, now it's even worse. So yeah, as I said, what I say to them is just hang in there or get out, go and earn your living and do something else and come back if you can later on, because it ain't worth it. I mean, I'm in a sort of position. I'm 81 next birthday. I don't look it, I don't behave it, although I feel it much more now. And I'm very, very difficult to cast because I don't look like casting directors and play. Well, if you're casting a play and you want a grandfather, or you don't have me looking like this as a grandfather. I'm not the archetypal grandfather, although people put me up for them. So I'll be very quick about this. I once decided to give up the business, and I rang a friend of mine called John Toney, who ran a very successful hotel, in a Michelin-starred hotel in the Lake District called the Miller Hotel. I'd known him because he reorganized and restarted the Her Majesty's Theatre Barrow in Furness. For 6 years, it was weekly rent. When it became fortnightly, he and the artistic director, whose name escapes me, has left, and my friend Donald McKechnie took it over, and I worked up there. So I got to know John very well. Anyway, I rang him up and I said, John, you know, I'm in a bit of a mess. I'm going to be homeless, not working a lot. Can I come up and perhaps work for you? Because, you know, I'd turn my hand to anything. I played butlers and I know. He said, all right, come up. So I took the train up there, got off the train, and John was there. And he said, hi, Lionel. I said, hi. Right, what are we going to do? He said, this is a big mistake. I will not let you give up acting. You can have a 3-day holiday. You can stay for nothing with me, and you can eat in the hotel. We'll go out for trips, and then you'll go back to London and you'll start again. I said, oh, John, you're right. Thank you very much. So I did that, went back. And I told this story later on to an older actress when I was doing I can't remember what a television was, and we were sitting in the restaurant somewhere. And I told her this story, and she said, my dear, he was so right. You do not give up this business. It gives you up. And she's right. And if you can acknowledge the fact, eventually I will say I've had enough. I'm not quite there yet, but I'm not going to beat my head against a brick wall much longer. I mean, if my hair turned grey or white overnight, I would, what I would love to do is analyze why I'm like this, and you and I could bottle it and sell it, Philip, and we'd never have to work again.
Yes.
Sorry, I've gone off on tangents.
I suppose you can't put on your CV will dye hair or stuff.
Well, you can't dye it silver. You can't dye it white. It doesn't go. It goes a really peculiar. Yeah. And then I'd have to dye my eyebrows and everything else. Anyway.
Yeah.
I would if it worked. But it doesn't work. I did the last play part I've done was a 92-year-old man who was dying, and I had to have my hair greyed. And when I did it with Meltonian shoe white, which is brilliant. Right. When the makeup lady did it, I don't think she did a very good job, but she sort of streaked it so there were still dark bits. What I wanted to do was really grey, and that's the only way that I know you can do is to use shoe whitener. But of course, that doesn't do your hair any good. And then every time you do that, you get clouds of dust coming out. Right, sorry, back on track. And you asked me more questions. Sorry, Philip.
Yes, I wanted to ask you about The Vanishing Man with Neil Marsden and John Castle.
Right.
Because John Castle, again, is a name that I'm quite familiar with. Do you remember John Castle at all?
I don't think I appeared with John Castle.
So you did different episodes and scenes. Yeah.
I did most of my scenes, and I can't even remember what I played. I think I may have played a policeman or
Dr. Connor. You're listed
Dr. Connor. Yes, that's
2
right.
episodes of the 6. Yeah.
I played a doctor, and I had most of my scenes with a lovely actress who was married to an actor whose name I can't remember, called Bob something. She, so that's all I can remember about it. I had 2 episodes, I think.
Yeah, yes, 2. Yeah.
And the doctor reserved. That's all I can remember about it. Was Neil Morrissey in that?
No. Yeah, Neil Morrissey is, and John Castle and a few other familiar names.
I never really, and that often happens in television when you're doing something, you know, unless it's in the old days you would meet everybody. Nowadays you go in, do your scenes, and come out again. So you would probably only do the scenes that you know, meet the people that you're on the set with. When I did Downton Abbey, because Liz had a sort of theatrical background, she got everybody to come in and read. So we read the first episode and I think the second episode together. So you've got to know even people who you never appeared with. Yeah. Which is much, you know, when I did Nelson, A Man of Our Times, I got to know everybody on that. And a lot of the other plays, the director would have a mass reading. So you would get to know everybody. But on Bob, oh God, doesn't matter. What was the name of the lady who played, who was the lead lady in Vanishing
Man? Let me just quickly find that out.
Sorry. You're amazing.
Well, the internet really helps an awful lot these days. Lucy Ackhurst,
No.
Sheila Ruskin.
No.
Jill Baker.
Jill Baker.
Yeah.
And she was married to a very good actor who by that time had died, who did a very, very good, I think he died by then, television series that made him absolutely famous, called Bob something or other. Who was she? Who was she married to? Bob.
Let me see if I can find that out. No.
No, never mind.
This is when the internet decides to.
Yes, no. Okay, Jill Baker. She was lovely. So I did most of my scenes with her. She was either a lady in trouble or somebody who was investigating, and I had my scenes were with her, trying to either reassure her or put her off the scent. I really can't remember very much about that. I do remember the New Avengers more, because we went to this wonderful outside location, which I thought was where Stanley Kubrick did Full Metal Jacket, but I don't think he did. And we had to go into this, had to break into a sort of a big warehouse or a tower and drag somebody out, and he bit me and did something like that. So they murdered me.
Yeah, when you have a bit of location work and something that's a bit more quirky, it sticks in your mind a bit better. Jill Baker was married to Bob Peck.
Bob Peck. Yes, lovely actor. Did never work with him, but a good reputation. She was lovely.
Good. You remember we mentioned the Nelson series, and that was Tim Pigott-Smith and Kenneth Colley, Phil Daniels. But what was that memorable?
Yes, it was. When I was at my when I was at my prep school, there was an English teacher called John Reed, who was brilliant, and he did. We would do plays at Christmas, and he cast me in various Shakespeare. He truncated Shakespeare's, and we did 2 Shakespeare's. And he directed it. And I went to my public school, Bloxham. There was another English master called Jeff Summers, who had been an actor. He'd been in the original chorus line of South Pacific, had then gone into teaching, and he taught English. And there was a very strong tradition of drama at my school. We did school plays, house plays. They did opera. There was Gilbert and Sullivan. Jeff Summers always directed the big Shakespeare. and the house play was directed by a member of the house. So there was a director called Simon Langton, who directed me in 3 plays in the school, and we always won the school play competition. And on one of them, the adjudicator, they got professional adjudicators in, he said something like to me, "What a brilliant performance. Really, you should be an actor." And I thought, that's actually what I've been wanting to do all my life. The fact that I told everybody I wanted to be a vet when I was studying physics, chemistry, and biology, which I had absolutely no talent for whatsoever, had slipped their minds. So I then announced when I was 16 that I wanted to become an actor, and all hell broke loose. I got up in the middle of the night. Jeff Summers brought an actor friend of his down to tell me how awful it was. But when I left Central, I still wanted to be an actor. My brother had gone off around the world, was working his way around the world. He came back and I said, I still want to be an actor. He said, "What have you done about it?" I said, "Well, I haven't done very much." So he found me. I did work for an amateur group. He said, "There's a place called the City Literary Institute that does evening classes." So I enrolled there, met somebody, one of the teachers was a lady called Marjorie Sigley, who went on to be very famous as a children's television producer, both here and in Israel. She said, "You're very clever, you should go to Central." That's where I've been from. So it never occurred to me to go anywhere else. I applied for Central and got in. Anyway, when I left, I kept in touch with, I'd often bump into Simon, and Simon employed me in The Duchess of Duke Street and Nelson, A Man of Our Time. So there was Ken Colley, Tim Pickett-Smith, who was a really lovely man. Phil Daniels, who played one of the sailors, and a lot of very, very good actors. And I played the assistant surgeon to, can't remember his name now, but I was below decks and was there at the death of Nelson and operating on sailors and things like that. I'm going to go off piste here. When Simon got somebody in to explain to us how surgeons worked, and he brought in a surgeon, came in with a huge roll of they may very well have been modern surgical instruments, proper surgical instruments. And they had these saws and these big knives. And he showed how when you were going to amputate somebody, you took the leg, you put a tourniquet on, if somebody would do that, you lifted the leg up, or somebody would lift the leg up, you'd hold the leg like that, you'd put the knife round like that in a circle, and you do that with the knife. So you cut through all the skin in one continual thing, then you sawed off the bone, threw it away, put pitch on it, and if they were lucky, they survived. So we were doing it, and Simon said, "Would you like to have a go?" And by dint of, I don't know how, I took a real knife, and I can't remember the name of the actor, and I'm not going to say his name because he'll say, "My God." And fortunately, I did it on the blunt side, and I went round his trousers like that with a blunt side. And as I came up, I thought, oh, if I'd have done it the other way, what would have happened?
Yeah.
So I very, very carefully remember. I mean, these knives are made by, hours of beating them so that they are. So his name was Philip something, and I can't remember what he was anyway. Thank God I never had to do it. But it was a lot. Again, Simon was a good director. He directed Pride and Prejudice, the lovely one with Jennifer Ely and Colin Firth. But he's probably, like me, retired now.
Has there been any a skill that you've had to learn for a role that then has lasted for your life? Something that you thought, well, that's lovely to have learned.
Don't think so. When I played, I did a play at the National called H, which is about a very famous general called Havelock. He had a statue in Trafalgar Square, and nobody knew he was. And he was a hero of the Indian Mutiny. And they're all over the country. There are Havelock Avenues, Havelock Street, and Robert Lang played H, and I played his bugler. And they asked me if I could play an army bugle. So they said, could I train? Anyway, I took about 6 weeks lessons. And at the end of it, the guy who was teaching me said, I'll tell you what we'll do, Lionel. You put it up to your mouth and I'll play it from the pit. So I said, I think you're probably right. So that's what we did for that. And then Sir had this vision of redoing Guys and Dolls. So he wanted Edward Woodward and Harold Bob Lang to be the leads in. So we, a lot of the members, the younger members of the company, and just the members of the company, were taught to tap dance very unsuccessfully. So I'm afraid, Philip, I've never learned anything that I've kept as a skill.
What do you? What was the most difficult role for you to get into? Was there a particular character that you thought this was quite difficult to do?
Yeah, there are plays that you never really, you learn the lines, do the moves, and quite pleased at the end of it. I did a play at Barrow in which I played an American producer. I'll email you the name because I've written it down, which I know I was never really happy with. When I was at Salisbury, I did A Handful of Dust, and I played the lead in that. And he's an aristocrat in the 30s, and he has various unhappy love affairs. And eventually, he goes out to South America. He gets ill, and a trader finds him, nurses him back to health, and a search party comes out, and the trader who wants to keep him there drugs him again, so that he has this conversation. Says, "Oh no, I've never seen him." And although I thought I was quite good in it, at the end of the run, Reggie Sahlberg, who was the most wonderful man who ran Salisbury, Reggie was a true genius. He never directed. He just he cast things, chose the plays, chose the directors. Chose the man who would run the director. Had a hand in everything, and he was a true man of the theatre. And at the end of it, we were having a drink in the pub, and he said, "Well done, Leo. Very well done. It's a very interesting play. Occasionally we do give actors roles that we know they're not going to be very good in. And my goodness, you proved that with A Handful of Dust." And I said, Reggie, that's, but that was part of being in rep. You can't be good in everything. No. Often you're cast to do something because there isn't anybody else. Yeah. I did make that. It wasn't really a mistake. Salisbury, I've worked a lot at Salisbury, and it's my sort of spiritual home. I have a lot of dear friends who live in Salisbury still. And I forgot what I was going to say now. It'll come back to me. No, can't remember. Never mind. It'll come back to me in a minute.
Do you prefer to play a certain type of character? Do you find villains more interesting, maybe because of psychological complexity?
I do enjoy some villains. I'm probably better at comedy. I know what I was saying. Yes, pantomime. I've done 11 pantomimes at Salisbury. So I enjoy comedy more. Yeah. One of my favourite parts was the Norman Conquests, which I divided opinion in that. Some people thought I was terrific. Some people thought I was dreadful. But that's, that happens a lot. I do enjoy playing villains. One of the most enjoyable villains I ever played was Bob Ewell I took over from one of the guys in my agency who played Bob Ewell in the West End, who was at the Mermaid, which is virtually the West End of To Kill a Mockingbird. Adrian McLaughlin had founded Performance Actors Agency and was coming towards the time where he wanted to move on to a conventional agent, and he wanted to get out of that anyway. And he suggested me to the director, Chris Hayes. And there is, I don't know whether you know the book, but there is no redeeming feature in Bob Ewell at all. He is an out and out deep South villain. He's a child abuser. He's a murderer. He gets this poor black man hung because he's accosted his own daughter, and he blames it on the black guy. And it's the lovely story of Atticus Finch that I enjoyed. The two parts I've enjoyed most are, I suppose, are not well. They are comedy to a certain extent. Knight Mantell directed me in a play called Zoo Story, which was an Edward Albee 40-minute two-hander, which was Reggie did. They just built the Reginald Saulberg studio, and so it was used as a studio, and they used it for everything. So they did late night shows. And people from Salisbury who were avid theatre goers used to come to that as well. So they would go to see a play, and then a quarter of an hour later, they go and see another play for 40 minutes or an hour, or come especially at 10:30, 11. So that was it. And the last play I did, I may have mentioned this before, was a four-hander. There were four main characters, written by Simon Stevens at the White Bear, which is run by a truly wonderful director called Michael Kingsmill, who is an actor who runs the White Bear in Kennington. And Simon Stevens wrote a play, one of his second plays, which he wasn't very keen on. I think he always felt that he could have done better with it, called Christmas. Anyway, they wanted to revive Christmas, and the casting director was a lady I'd worked with. I think her name was Sarah Hughes. I can't remember where I worked with her, but she asked me to go and audition, and I didn't want to go. I said no. When it came through, I said no, I can't honestly. And an actress called Shelley Atkinson, who was in the agency with me at the time, said, she's a wonderful Irish actress who I know still. She's a dear friend of mine. Said, you will go. If you don't go for this audition, I will never ever speak to you again, and you might just as well fuck off out of the agency. Do you understand me? I said yes. So I went, and I read the first part, the first big speech, and they offered me the part on the spot. I did it in Italian, which came from doing Mussolini. And there was something about Seppo that I understood. He was a refugee who came from this town at the time of the rise of dictatorship of, I can't remember his name now. What's the Italian dictator? Anyway, the rise of fascism in Italy. Came over here, married an English girl, became a hairdresser, is dying of cancer, and every night he walks to this pub where there are 4 regulars, and there are 3 regulars and the barman. So 3 lovely actors, Rafe, can't remember his name, James Corden, I think his name was, and a lovely actor called William Ely. And there were a number of people who came in who were very important to the play, but they didn't have very much to do. And it was the best thing I've ever done. Just in a tiny room, a brilliant set, well directed. Michael, because he knew he'd cast it well, he just really pointed us in the right direction and let us get on with it. Gave us the odd, he gave me one note that I never took, and I wish I had now. There was one emotional scene where I was reading a letter from my brother who wanted me to go home. And I got very emotional about my wife. And I almost did that actress thing of almost bursting into tears, where I'm on the verge of crying, but not quite. But it's fairly obvious that inside he's absolutely bursting to cry. And Michael, on a number of occasions, said, "And I think it would be so much better if you didn't cry." And I said, anyway, I kept it in, and he, bless him, let me do it. And I wish I'd listened to him now, because it would have been so much powerful if I hadn't.
When you're doing a long theatre run, does how your performance evolve a little bit? Will you sort of sometimes change things a little bit?
Yeah, all the time. You do things, sometimes you do things where you get a laugh, and you do it just because you hit a different word, and you'll keep that in, or you'll do a different move, which revolutionizes the whole thing. I mean, obviously, you don't do it all the time, but if you have to say to somebody, listen, I moved down stage right that time, that worked so much better because oh yeah, so we'll keep that in. Is that all right? That's the difference between a professional and an amateur, is that a professional can recreate the same performance over and over and over again, night after night. You don't, it's like television. If they do take, can we do another take? You have to do the same. Obviously, if the director comes down and says, listen, don't raise your glass there, raise it, could you raise it later on? Then you do that. But you have to do, because for continuity, what they want you to do. I did a commercial for Red Rock Cider, for UPS, and it was at the dead of night in an old tram warehouse opposite the BBC, which is still there. I think it's a listed building, and I had to come out from behind a bale of some shelf stacks and just say hello, and that was it. And it was a UPS advert that was called Hello. It's still, you can still see it. Anyway, I came out and did it, and it was pouring with rain, and so the roof was leaking, and I got very bad shoes on, so my feet were wet. And I did 29 takes. And at the end of it, the director came down. He said, thank you so much. He said, I should have come down before. It is absolutely nothing to do with you. Okay, we can't decide on what take we want. And when you've got an advert, you've got the director, you've got the writer, you've got the producer, and you've got the chap who's from people from UPS. So they're all putting in their money. No. When he comes in, he should. Why is he not saying hello? Because we don't want him to. He said, okay, well, could he try it? Lionel, could you try going hello? Hello. Oh, yeah, that doesn't work. So, but you have to. So you have to come out exactly at the same time, hit that mark. That was when I was driving. I had to draw the car up because the camera angle was exactly. So I used to have a white pebble, so that when that white pebble touched the bonnet, I was looking out, and the white pebble on the ground came to the bonnet, I knew how to stop, because otherwise you go past and they say, cut. Lionel, could you please go? So just one other, I did a thing when I did Harbour Lights. I had to do kayaking, and they taught me how to kayak, and they tried to teach me how to do that thing where you roll over and you had to get back again. I couldn't do that. So if I'd rolled over, I would have drowned. Anyway, I was one of the teaching kayaks for all these young sailors, and I was on the end, and often I would slowly drift away on my kayak, and I would try to get back again. Lionel, where are you going? I'm sorry, I'll be back. I would then have to go all the way around the bay and come back, and then say, are you ready? Yes. Sorry.
I was wondering, so when you do have a long theatre run, how do you stop the boredom setting in? Because of you're doing the same thing night after night, maybe twice a day in some cases. Is there an element of that, trying to somehow keep yourself?
I don't think I've ever been bored with a play. I was bored, and when I made the mistake of doing one of the pantomimes at Salisbury twice. I must have done them twice, but one I did. I played. Must have been. Anyway, whichever one it was. They were the Bad Robins. So I can't remember what it was, and I enjoyed it the first time. The second time, I hated it. And I did that thing that I hate other actors for. When I was hiding in a tree, pretending to be a villain, and there was a stage manager down there, she would say, "Oh God," I say, "How many more to go? 59. No, there's 19 to go. Oh, thank God for that. 19." Now, when I was doing Twelfth Night for Sir Peter Hall at a lovely theatre called, it's near Charing Cross, under the Players Theatre. No, it's not the Players. Yes, it is the Players Theatre. It used to be a BBC theatre, and it's now a commercial theatre. It may still be going. And I was just playing. I played a courtier and the constable who arrests Malvolio, and it was a very good production. Martin Jarvis, Eric Porter. Who else? Can't remember. And there was an actor called, I'm going to call him, it doesn't, I did with him, called David Cardy, who was playing Fabian. I think, you know, one of the people who tortures Malvolio in that. And he used to come into our dressing room and say, "Oh, thank Christ, only 39 to go." And one day I said, "David, don't ever come into my dressing room and say that again. If you want to say it in the fucking corridor." Because you know, I don't want to be out of work and penniless. It may be all right for you because you've got something to go to, but I'm interested in getting it done. Okay, so please don't come in here and tell me how many more to go, because it means I'm going to be out of work and out of money. So would you please not do it? So it did, you know, I mean, I would never say it to a member of the cast, but most times, because you're doing what you want to do. I may have said this before, when I was at my block club and I was told, you know, "Oh God, it's such a difficult profession, you'll never earn a living." I haven't. You know, I've got a wonderful my wife, we've got a beautiful house, we've raised 2 cats, a son, you know, a most wonderful son. We've had, you know, and I've done other things, but then that's all actors do, other things. And I've done what I want to do. And that's worth thousands. All these, you know, friends of mine who worked as bankers or did Simon Langton's brother ran an estate agent called Aylesford, very upmarket. You know, no house was under $1 million. And I used to go for coffee with him because he lived just down his shop was down the King's Road, and I lived in Pimlico. And one day he said, "You know, God, you know, I'm doing very well. It's worth 4 million quid." Oh, wow. The first crash came, and when I came, he said, "Got no money at all. It's all gone, wiped out." So from 4 million quid one day to 2 months later, he started again, but difficult. And that happened to people a number of times. I'm made redundant at the end of every job. I made, you know, people say, "Thank you so much for doing the job. It was really lovely, Lionel, but we don't need you anymore." Okay, I'll go off and do something else. So I go and decorate, or I've been, that's the other thing, Philip, you know, you asked me if I learned any skills. What I have learned, the skills I've learned are not ones, because I've earned my living. Carpentry, decorating, tree surgeon. I've never been a tree surgeon, but I've been a groundsman. I've done all manner of things. And my son, who's a very senior graphic designer, has developed a love of carpentry, which may be something that my father was quite clever, and certainly my wife's, Lisa's father, was always wanted to work with wood. Is something that he never realized, but he's, you know, he's doing things in his house that I wouldn't dare to have done.
Yeah, the things you pick up along the way. Yeah. I was wondering about your favorite screen role, whether you have a favorite screen.
Right. I haven't done that, and I was looking. To be honest, there isn't one that I haven't enjoyed. Because I haven't done. I suppose the one I've enjoyed most, which that may sound, is Downtown, because I had such fun, such a nice. All the companies I've worked with on television have been nice, have been fun. The Changeling was fun. I played, it was directed by Anthony Page, Helen Mirren, Stanley Baker, a lovely Irish actor whose name escapes me. Tony adapted it, and in fact included a whole subplot of The Changeling that the BBC didn't realize he was going to do. And he's the only director who's ever been allowed to have 4 days studio overtime. Oh, nice. Because it went on for so long and it was so boring, I think. No, it wasn't boring. It was just, The Changeling is a very difficult play to do. And and Tony did the whole thing. So I enjoyed that because it was a good company. But I don't think there's been one. I really have enjoyed them all. I enjoyed Without Motive, which was one that I did with Ross Kemp. I played Mr. Patricelli, whose daughter I think had been killed, and I had to burst into tears, which I quite enjoyed, even though it embarrassed Ross Kemp no end. And at the end of it, my agency made it very clear to the producers that I was going on holiday on the Saturday. They wanted me to do it, but I was flying out to Greece on the Saturday. They said, yeah, that's fine. We're finishing on the Friday. Anyway, towards the halfway through the shoot, the producers came to me and said, Lionel, we've got a bit of a problem. Ross Kemp is going to a wedding on the Saturday. On the Friday, or the Friday or the Saturday. No, it was going to finish on the Saturday. No, we're going to finish on the Friday. So he's got this wedding on the Saturday and he's going down on the Friday. So we need finish on the Friday, and so he needs to extend the shoot to the Saturday. Is that all right? And I said, well, yes, it is all right, but I've booked this holiday. And they said, right, we will reorganize your flight, pay for a taxi. Well, they had to really, because I'd already done the other scenes. So they did have to reshoot the whole thing with somebody else. So that was fun. And at the end of it, Ross Kemp in the last scene, so we did all that. And my wife said goodbye, we know where you're going. And I said, yes, I'll catch a taxi. And I went to the last day. It was quite local to me in a school up the road. And the last scene is that Ross Kemp has found the killer. And I walked down a corridor, and in the screenplay, it said, in the script, it said that Mr. Patricelli embraces Ross Kemp. So we talked about it and rehearsed it almost. And then when it came to do the take, Ross took the director aside and he said, I really don't, I just don't. The one thing, he's very good and doing very well, but cut the embrace, yeah? And so the director said, oh, no, honestly, it'll make it so much stronger. And in fact, it didn't. It would have made it so much better if Mr. Patricelli had been able to say thank you to this butch man. Anyway, I didn't get my embrace and off I went. I'm not blackening a lot of you. Perhaps you have to bleep these names out, Philip, if you put them on screen, because I'm quite liable to hear from people's solicitors. I never said that, though.
Well, they've got to prove it, haven't they? That's the thing.
Yeah.
The only other credit I wanted to mention with you was the Riff Raff Element. You did 11 episodes of
that. I did all of them.
Oh, yes, that was the entire run, yeah.
Again, God bless Liz Trubridge. I was much, much younger. In fact, I think I was only 50, so I think it must be at least 30 years ago.
I think it was 90 something, wasn't it?
Yeah, I was 50.
93.
Yeah.
Yeah.
50. Yeah. So I was 50. I had a mass. In those days, I had much, much curlier hair, which my son hates me for, because he's to a certain extent inherited it. And the play, the series was written by Liz's sister-in-law, Debbie Horsfield. And I'd known Debbie because I'd met her socially and I'd done a lot of work in her garden. And so she was writing other things when I was in the garden. And for some bizarre reason, there was there was this lovely character called Father Casper, who was, and it's set in a Catholic school, which is based on, it's slightly autobiographical, not it's slightly autobiographical about various families that Debbie knew, and the sons were educated in either one of those big Catholic public schools up near Preston. Can't remember the name of it. So it was run by Jesuits, and much to my hello. Much to my surprise, Liz came down to supper one day, or coffee one day, and said, listen, I'd like to take you out for coffee. Will you put on have you got a black coat? And I had a long black linen jacket, a coat. So I put that on. We went to coffee at a coffee shop in Strand on the Green and chatted. And Liz said, I'm going to produce this thing called the Riff Raff Element, and we're thinking of you for Father Casper. Would you be interested? So, having picked my chin off the floor, I think, I'd be interested. Of course I would. So she said, okay, don't cut your hair, and we'll be in touch. So they got in touch with my agent and said, we'd love Lionel to play Father Casper in the Riff Raff Element. Is that okay? So my agent said, oh yeah. And so Liz had like those boards they have in police series where they're looking at all the suspects. So she put, which a lot of people do. So she put my photograph up, and there I was, the first one, Father Casper. I mean, she'd obviously got other people in mind, but I apparently was the first one on the board. And when people like Celia Imrie came in, they looked and said, "Oh, who's that?" And they said, "That's Lionel Guyett. He's going to play Father Casper." Oh, hasn't he got long hair? Anyway, so that was. So that actually, I'd forgotten. That was my favourite screen performance because we were such a close-knit company. We all lived together up in a hotel in Preston, near Preston. Can't remember where it was. Lovely hotel. And Alan Shearer used to come and stayed in a hotel when he was playing for Blackburn, and would have breakfast at a table right down there, and his table was always surrounded by about 900 waitresses, all saying, you know, "Oh, Mr. Shearer, would you like another boiled egg?" Whereas and wonderful crew, wonderful, you know, the props, the stage management, Richard Hope, Nick Farrell, Celia, Ronnie Pickup, Philippa Gard, George Costigan. So it was a story about an upper class family who had this great big house in the middle of the moors, and by dint of strange circumstances, a rogue family, you know, part on the shady side of the law, come and share the house. Mossy Smith, Trevor Peacock, that's interesting. I can remember so many of the names.
Because Trevor Peacock, I think, was quite famous for Vicar of Dibley, wasn't he?
Yes, and he did virtually the same performance in that. But he was such a nice man, Trevor. They all were. We got on incredibly well, and I am hopeless at keeping friends with people. I don't keep in contact with people, which is, my wife chastises me for it, and most people don't quite understand it. I understand it, and I'm going to go off peacefully and just over lockdown. Before lockdown, Owen had said to me, "I know nothing about your family, Dad. You know, my mother, father, and all of that." And I said, "All right, I'll tell you." So I gave him a brief potted history, and just after lockdown, I suddenly realised that he doesn't know anything about them, my mother and father. So I wrote a whole 10-page history of my brother and my early childhood, and how my parents got to know each other, their family, and it stops when I'm about 6 before I go to boarding school. I sent it to my brother, and my brother said, no, we didn't. And I said, no, that did happen, because he's getting more forgetful than I am. And he added lovely photographs of cars, houses, relatives and friends. And so one of the things that happened to me, Philip, and I'm not, is that I went to boarding school when I was 6. My parents split up when I was in 45. So I was 3. They never divorced, they separated. So I had a bit of a strange childhood. I lived with my father. My mother had a series of nervous breakdowns before the war and after the war, which is why they split up. Then my mother lived in North London, and we eventually went to live. I got the flu, and I went to live with her. And then, after that, we lived in Southeast London, and I lived with her, but I was always going to school. So I spent 36 weeks at school and 16 weeks at home. And very early on, you're psychoanalyzing me slightly, I knew that if I missed people, I wouldn't survive. At 6, there were kids in my dormitory. We lived in great big dormitories who cried themselves to sleep all night. There were kids who couldn't bear, tried to run away. And I thought, I've got to get on with my life. And I quite enjoyed it to a bizarre state. So I just thought, if I miss my parents, I'm not going to be able to get on with. This is me psychoanalyzing myself. I obviously didn't think that, because I didn't know what the bloody hell was going on. But I think psychologically, that's what I said. If you miss people, you're going to hurt yourself. So I don't miss people. If I work with, if I meet Celia in Imrie in the street, I will pick up my relationship like that. Or if I meet Nick Farrell or any of the people I was in rep with, I will pick up our relationship as if it hadn't got this huge gap in it. Well, I mean, okay, I'll stop. I'll try and, if there's when I left my first rep, when I came back to London after those 3 reps, I had an address book this size filled with names. And I thought, Jesus, I'm going to have to send Christmas cards to all those people. That's going to cost me a fortune. And do I want to? So I never, there were actors who still, so I'm not being, but that's how I've lived my life.
There's a practicality to it, I think.
I think you have to.
Because I was speaking to a lady called Annette Andre, and she did a lot of cult TV shows. Randall Hopkirk, deceased, she was the female lead in that one. We were talking last night, and she was saying that because you got a job where you got 3 weeks here, 4 weeks there, 2 months, and you're maybe moving all over the country, in some cases the world, your life is very compartmentalized. So if you meet somebody again, yes, you pick up the conversations, but you've got to be kind of sort of psychologically prepared for that kind of lifestyle, I suppose.
I do have 2 friends that my wife and I were in Pitlochry with, who we keep in contact with, and I do keep in contact with a really lovely actor called Frank Barry. Might be worth you talking to him if you're. He hasn't done. Yes, he did. He played. I think he was Dot Cotton's last husband in EastEnders.
Right.
And he is the most wonderful, wonderful actor. He did a one-man show called Macready, which played to more. He's played to something like 60 countries with this. He was taken around because it was a one-man show, and he's the most wonderful raconteur. He's an actor of pure, and I keep in contact with Frank because I love him. And I'm not saying I don't love all the others. I just don't bump into them. And I've got other, I said I've got other people that I keep in contact with in Brentford. Sorry.
Oh no. Certain people will you hit it off with, and you meet. So obviously that some people you will keep in contact with. You did mention last time that you did a lot of gymnastics. I think this was for jumpers, wasn't it? What kind of things did you have to do on for jumpers?
Well, the jumpers, I did have to do a lot in The White Devil over a horse and various things like that. And jumpers, it was run by I can't remember who did the actual movement, and he was a huge, lovely man who was either a boxer or a wrestler. And we went to his gym, and he worked out how to do a pyramid. That was mainly really, we all just had to do the pyramid. But because I was the supplest and had done that sort of thing, I was on the top of the pyramid. When they redid jumpers, they redid it. We didn't actually build the pyramid that they built a much better pyramid the second time round. But because I was supple and I could do fights and things like that, that was where I did my gymnastics, as per se. And because I'd done that, Claude Chagrin asked me to do the lead gymnast in The White Devil when Ben Wittrow got murdered. So that's it. But I was a gymnast at school.
And did you ever have many characters that died? So death scenes, was that something that ever does that pose particular challenge?
Not really. I've died. I don't think I've ever really. I'm sure I must have died. I did die in a play called The Offshore Island, which is a play about post-Holocaust Great Britain. And I'm living up in the somewhere in Scotland with my mother and my daughter, and an American submarine comes, and for some, it all goes slightly wrong, and an American sailor shoots me. And I remember he shot me once, and Donald McKechnie came to see the final dress rehearsal and said to the director, Elsa Bonham, why doesn't he empty his gun into Lionel? So that was really, he just went 6 times. He pulled the trigger 6 times, which was much better than the once, so much more dramatic. That was, once you hit the floor, you had to bounce about a bit.
Yeah.
I played a corpse in The Hollow. I had to die on stage in Zoo Story because he has a flip knife which he gives to the elderly man who he tells the story to, opens it and then runs onto it. So I had to have a big blood bag, which was quite fun. I died as this 92-year-old man in Gorka, which is a short film that I don't know whether it ever will come out. It certainly hasn't come out yet. That was quite interesting, but it took bloody ages to die on that one. Dear God, I did, a short, and then the director came and said, no, much longer than that. I said, you sure? Yeah. Went on forever, I thought. And they gave a round of applause at the end. I thought, well, that's good. They liked it. Yeah, nowadays it would all be done with a movement director. In those days, you just died. You died to the best of your ability. But that's about the only. I think that's probably all my deaths.
So Gorka's obviously because I think when we spoke in November, you probably hadn't done Gorka at that.
Yes, I had done it. It just hadn't come out, and I haven't seen it. I haven't heard from the director since.
That's David Baddiel, wasn't it? Who was in that? Yes. Yeah. And
a quite famous actress whose name I can't remember. I never met them.
So they were off doing their own.
Yeah, because I was her father, who she'd come down to see, and she was worried. This is the story that he never said, I love you. And because he gets confused with this young Spanish au pair visitor who's come over to, he's a, what do you call it, comes over from Spain to stay with the family. I think he's my daughter, and I say, I love you, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. And Gorka she stops the car on the way home and says, he died, if he would ever say he loved me. He never said he loved me. And Gorka says, but he did. He said, well, no, he didn't. He said, yes. He thought I was you, and he told me I loved you, and he was sorry. And she gets out of the car, takes off all her clothes, and runs into the sea, followed by Gorka.
Right. So it sounds very interesting.
Worked that one out.
Yeah.
At least I think that was the end. I wasn't there for that.
So you don't know when it's going to come out, but it does
No,
sound
it may never come out.
well. Hopefully, it'll come out in some.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose these days there's so many different ways to release things.
Yes, well, I think that's
So-
what, you know, because Joe is a young director who's ambitious, and the way to do it is to go to film festivals.
Yeah.
And get it done there, seen there, and people give it prizes, and then you go on to do bigger things. It was a lovely script and very well done, as far as I know.
That sounds very interesting. You mentioned was it Francis Chagrin that you'd worked with?
No, Claude Chagrin.
Claude.
Yes.
Claude Chagrin. Yeah.
Actually,
So
his
that's
name is Claude. It's Claude.
Oh, Cloud.
Claude.
Yeah.
That's right. She was married to Julian Chagrin, who was a famous mime artist. They were both mime artists. They did that film with David Hemmings. At the end of it, they played imaginary tennis.
Right.
They both trained at Lecoq. He went on to have a one-man mime show in the 60s with Ian Ogilvy called Shag and Og. He did the famous, did the R. White's Lemonade advert, which is one of the, you know, that was for a while one of the top adverts.
Because that's Julian, isn't it?
Yes.
Julian Chagrin.
Yes.
So he was the one that worked with Ian Ogilvy, and
Yes.
because I've spoken to Ian and
right.
Return the Saint thing. So
Yes.
I might mention that to him.
No, that's not the Ian Ogilvy.
Oh, not the different Ian Ogilvy.
No, this is a different. This is
different
this is
one.
different. Yeah.
I see.
I did his name.
Yeah.
It was okay. No, not that Ian Ogilvy. He was a mime. He was an Australian mime artist.
Right. Yeah.
So it was called Shag as against Chagrin, and Og as against Ogilvy. So Shag and Og, and they've called it Shag and Og.
Oh, right. Yeah.
They then went to Israel and taught mime in the Israeli National Drama School, and then they came back, and Claude taught at the London Drama Centre for a while. Taught mime at the London Drama Centre.
Right. Because I've spoken to Julian before.
Oh, right.
And he's really nice.
Yes.
So but you didn't really have too much to do with Julian. It sounds
no.
Like. No. It's interesting how people's lives, isn't
well,
it?
in many ways, it's a very small profession. You always know somebody who knows somebody, or who's worked with somebody.
Yeah, it is a very, very small world. And just to finish off, Lionel, is there anything else that you wanted to add about the evolution of theatre, or any theatre memories that we haven't covered?
I think it will slowly come back. It will. One of the things that actors do at the moment is what's called self-tapes. Because of not being able to meet over COVID, we did scenes on tape, which you send to a casting director. So instead of meeting them in person, and some people make it go too far. You know, I was talking to a friend of mine was asked to do one. She's an actress who lives down the road, and she was asked to do one in the street. 3 versions of this one in the street. 3 versions in the street. Well, you know, that is absolutely abusing the system. It's bad enough. I'm so nervous about doing them, because if it wasn't for Lisa, I couldn't send them on. I wouldn't know. I'm not very good with technology. So if she wasn't here to do it for me, or the agency couldn't download it, transfer it, and now it would be done. And it's so much, you learn so much more from meeting people. You know, if we were doing a face-to-face, we would learn slightly more about it. I've loved meeting you, Philip, but opposite, you know, if you look at those, Michael Parkinson, all those other people who interviewed people on, if they were doing it over, you know, it wasn't the same. You know, when Michael Parkinson was interviewing people, because they were sitting right opposite them, he could say, tell me that again. That really, you know, as you do. But it's, and as an actor, you get, you know, when you're in front of people, they get so much more. I didn't realize he was only 5'6". You know, I once, when I was at Leatherhead, I was trying to get a new agent, and these 2 lovely agents came down and saw me in the show. We met afterwards, and they said, you know, they said, they said, "Oh, you're much younger than you look, and you're much younger. You look much younger than you are." And I didn't realise that you weren't tall. And I said, "No, no, no. I've never been tall," which is true. I've never been tall. I've always been. I used to lie about my height in Spotlight, and then I stopped. I used to add the odd inch.
Yeah.
But I don't anymore. I just am 5'5". It will come back. No, theatre is always changing. For 6 years, after when the revolution happened, when the Commonwealth happened, there were no theatres at all. You weren't actors. Theatres were closed. Actors lost their living. Boy actors lost. There were no boy actors. They weren't training them. If there weren't, I don't think there were even undercover actors. When the Reformation came back, you had to start all over again. And instead of boy actors, actresses came in. That's the first time actresses had ever been accepted as a part of the theatre, because they had no boy actors. Who's going to play the women? Bloody. What about her? She's, I remember one of the girls I met, she's always wanted to be on stage. Well, bring her in. And then it all changed. And suddenly there was and that's what will happen here. There will be a reformation, and somebody somewhere with money will reopen a theatre. Thank God for Alan Ayckbourn, still writing plays at 90. He's just written a new play. It's going on in Scarborough.
Yeah.
And thank God for the people who, Sheringham, I still think, has a little theatre. Southwold has a summer rep, but under great strain. They don't get an Arts Council grant. No. It's just the dedication of the actors, because we want to do it.
Yeah.
And it will come back. Pub theatre. When I did a lot of theatres at lunchtime. People would buy a ticket, have a ham sandwich or a pork pie, a pint of bitter, and watch a quite good or terrible play in a pub. And so many pubs had little theatres, which lasted about 4 years, and then pubs said, "No, I need the room."
Yeah. And I mean, I always like to go to the West End as much as possible, and I've been going for the best part of 20 years, but it's so expensive now.
Yes.
Considering to when I started to go, and I think that's a big threat for people to see. West End shows is just that financially it's becoming. I mean, I don't go half as much as I used to. No, it's not lack of enthusiasm. It's lack of pennies. So whether that would encourage more local theatre, more production, so people do have that option of not needing to go to places like London, possibly.
Right, my dear.
Well, I think it's a lovely, interesting thought to finish
on.
That
was a really interesting time. Thank you.
Oh, well, thank you, Lionel, for talking to me.
If you want to do it again, let me know. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, if there's anything else you've missed, or you want to, can we go back over that? Let me know.
Yeah.
Really nice to meet you, and enjoy Exeter. Give my love to all those to Exeter, to that lovely high street.
I will. Yeah. And I go to Northcote quite often as well. So
it's good
to go there. Yeah.
Right. Take care, my dear.
Yeah. Take care. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
I will. Bye-bye.
Bye.